success. We're trying to scale this thing up. For instance, for the biomass co-firing, we've been testing in 33 of our coal-fired power plants. The result has been marvelous. We're trying to scale things up. By 2025, 12 million metric tons of biomass is going to be part of this energy mix, replacing coal, dirty coal, with some kind of renewable energy. When we're talking about biomass, we're talking about a value chain that involve people, energy kerakyatan. Ratusan ribu rakyat akan terlibat dalam hal ini, BUMDes. So this not only shifting from coal, dirty energy to clean energy, but we're talking about creating jobs, adding value, and providing prosperity to the place that we need the most. Kita juga, we're trying to shift here in the transportation sector. Right now is 280 million metric tons of emission. If we didn't do anything, the emission coming from the transportation is going to increase to 860 or 880 million metric tons by 2060. 1 liter of gasoline or diesel fuel, the emission is roughly 2.4 kilogram of CO2 emissions. It's equal 1.3 kilowatt hour if we use electric vehicles. With the emission is, if the electricity is coming from coal, it's only 1.3 kilogram of CO2. It's a reduction of 50% of emission if we shift from gasoline or diesel fuel to electric transportation. So we facilitate this. We've been working together with the manufacturer, Wuling, Nissan, Mercedes-Benz, Toyota, Mitsubishi, DFSK. We're working with also the manufacturer of two-wheelers, electric two-wheelers, Smooth, VR, Gesit, and then Volta, and Fly, and etc., Tangkas, etc. We built a digital system for the electric vehicle. We built the battery swap. We facilitate, if there is any purchase of electric vehicle, we come to the house to facilitate the adjustment of the capacity installed. The home charging, we connect to our server digital system, and we providing some kind of discount at night. We're providing battery swap in every single branch office of PLN, 1,000 branches. We collaborate with Grab, we collaborate with every single possibility. We're trying to market the electric vehicle and motorcycles in the PLN market. Today, we have a new PLN mobile, 30 million downloads, rating in the Google Play, 4.8. It's one of the most successful software. And we put the PLN marketplace. We work with the Himbara to make sure that the financing is going to be favorable. Low cost of financing, down payment can be reduced, etc., etc. We're trying to facilitate this is a new lifestyle. Is it enough? It's not enough. So the only way to move forward is through collaboration here. And I'm very proud here that the state-owned enterprise team up here together we can. There is the IBC, there is a Pertamina. We help each other, we support each other with one purpose of all, to save humankind. In the past, our main job, PLN main job is to provide electricity, but in the future, our main job is to take care of the environment. Electricity is our byproduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Darmo. It's a very comprehensive description of current challenges. But maybe I'll turn it to Pak Hendy now. I mean, given the industry and the mining is so unique, what has Mine ID actually done to actually reduce carbon footprint?
Thank you, Pak Hoki. Ladies and gentlemen, our group, the mining industry of Indonesia, comprised of 6 mining companies: Freeport Indonesia, Vale, Aneka Tambang, Timah, PTBA, and Inalum, the aluminum smelter. We have consistently prioritized the use of alternative fuel away from fossil-based fuels. We can clearly demonstrate this because in Inalum, we have been consistently using hydropower. It's clean energy and it's cheap energy as well, turn out. In Vale operations, mining and the smelter is using also hydropower in Sorako. In Freeport, next year, we will shift and transform the use of coal-based power plants to natural gas. So like what Pak Darmawan mentioned, we prioritize and endorse the use of alternative fuel as source of clean and cheap energy. In Aneka Tambang, we promote the use of smart mining, where we do and shift from serial mining to parallel mining. The result is saving in terms of fuel use and increase of productivity. In PTBA, we are going to electrify the use of fossil-based fuels in all of the heavy equipments, in the dump trucks, in the excavators, and by using electricity and cabling into the mining operations. In Freeport itself, as we now focus on the second largest underground block cave mining, it is completely run by electricity. All of the heavy equipments, all of the bucket and trains utilized underground is based on electricity. And it's one of the 5G mining operations underground, 2,700 meter, that is very complex. So aside from the promoting the use of alternative clean and cheap energy like hydro, natural gas, and wind, as well as photovoltaic, we also explore ways in terms of how we design to exploit and explore and produce in the mining activity itself. We have a clear policy of inviting communities to also be a part when we do plan for the ex-mining rehabilitation and revegetation. We make sure that whatever the revegetation plan to reclaim the ex-mining location involves the surrounding communities, because it will also give them benefits when we do this joint effort and synergy when we have to turn the land back to the communities for them to make use of it. And also, Mine ID is active in terms of promoting and supporting the electric vehicle environment in Indonesia. We partner with PLN, Pertamina to start IBC, the Indonesian Battery Corporation. As it turned out that Indonesia is very rich in natural resources that is very provide very critical ingredients into the making of electric vehicle. We have aluminum. Aluminum, as it turned out, for one vehicle, we need about 1 ton aluminum that goes into the chassis and the frame, as well as into the making of the battery itself. 18% of the ingredient is actually aluminum, as well as nickel. Nickel is coming out of our Aneka Tambang mining operations, which produce nickel matte and produce later on can be upgraded to precursor and cathode into the key ingredients for electric vehicle battery manufacturing effort. That is basically the highlight of what the group has done, Pak Oki.
Thank you, Pak Hendy. Maybe I just turn it back to Pak Darmo, with, still related to mining. Under PLN's energy mix, coal still contributes a big portion of the power generation. But what would you do differently? I mean, knowing that 2060 is our target for NZE, Pak Darmo.
In other countries, they start building fossil fuel by 2013. And the additional demand is being fulfilled coming from renewable energy. That's why the transition can go very smooth. We are in different stages. We are in different situations. The additional fossil fuel still taking place today. Almost 13 gigawatt of coal is going to enter our system from today until 2026. I used to study in the US. I was part of environmental movement. I used to work with WWF. I used to be part of the team that devising the Carbon Cap and Trade. The American Power Act at that time was released by Senator John Kerry and Joe Lieberman. So I was part of the environment, and I don't know what the heck is happening today. I'm becoming a CEO of PLN, own and operate among the largest coal in the entire world. I feel like I'm becoming a Darth Vader, but don't worry, I'm trying to be a Luke Skywalker, And in that regard, it's like in the early planning, it's like we put like 10 gigawatt of coal is under early retirement, and our consultant happened to be the Mandiri Sekuritas, Pak Oki himself. So we've been working together for the last 1 year how to do early retirement. Very simple, very simple. Some of the coal is going to be retired by 2044. There is a natural retirement of our coal-fired power plants. But if there is some kind of low cost of fund, let's say 2.5% or 3%, and that kind of low cost of fund, acquiring of the PLN-owned and operated coal-fired power plants, suddenly we can expedite the payback from 2044 to become 2034, right, Pak Oki? There is a 10 years of early retirement. If we're talking 1 gigawatt, 10 years is 5 million metric tons annually CO2 emission multiplied by 10 is already 50 million metric tons. Voila. There is some kind of a magnificent idea. But how are we going to be able to translate this into action? We're not going to be able to do this alone. We need to access to the global communities. That's why we devise some kind of green financing regulations, framework. We also built a country platform. It's the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investments, and then also the Ministry of Energy, Mineral Resources, also the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise. We team up. We're trying to ask the global communities to join all of this. Even there is an international platform, we call it the JETP. As we speak right now, we are negotiating in Washington, D.C., how we're going to be able to move forward. There's no guarantee that this is going to work, but we give the best effort. Even like right now, we are having access to the green bond. With the conventional global bond, it's like when the proceed coming in, we can use it for the general purpose. But the green bond is going to be much favorable terms. But we have to mark the proceed of this only to finance green project, the expansion of green electricity infrastructure. So we need to devise a new way to manage our finance, marking, tracking, monitoring, and reporting. Is it going to work? We give our best. So 6.7 gigawatt is under this program. That is the latest version. Agreement with the Ministry of Finance, is also the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. And then 3.2 gigawatt is under the normal retirement. We're not going to extend anymore. 3.7 gigawatt is going to be under the energy transition mechanism of early retirement. I know this is a challenging task, it's a challenging job. But you know, the only way to provide more room for renewable energy, if we are able to create the rooms by replacing fossil fuel with renewable energy, and we are doing it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Darmo. Maybe, I mean, we've been discussing with mining, oil and gas, and electricity, but let me turn it to Pak Toto from IBC. I mean, as part of the growing ecosystem, what will be the key role for IBC in terms of, regarding our, SOE commitment towards net zero emission?
Thank you, Pak Oki. Always a pleasure to have this podium with distinguished gentlemen, and which is our shareholders also. First of all, maybe an introduction to IBC. We just been formed just 1.5 years ago. And as you can see, our shareholders comprise of these 4 big SOE, Mine ID, Antam, Pertamina through PPI, and also, of course, from the PL. So this shows that the collaboration that we are doing into turning the net zero into zero is really something which is a big effort and big aspiration from the government. So as you can see that the IBC is formed as an investment company which really develop and supports the EV ecosystem in Indonesia. So it's not just EV batteries, but the EV ecosystem. And we really, our aspiration is again to have the capability to be the global player in EV batteries and EV mobility. Why do we have such big aspiration? Because as mentioned before, we have the resources, the nickel that we have, the aluminum that we have in a significant number. The other one is the market. Here in Indonesia, we have one of the biggest market for automotive industry. For cars, it's 1.52 million cars per year. For motorcycles, it's about 8 million units per year. We have that as a market. And the other one, of course, we have the supply chain capability of the automotive industry here in Indonesia, where it is coming into a production hub of the ASEAN region. So this is why that IBC, we have such big aspiration in going forward. Now, I guess one of the things that needs to be highlighted, it's not going to be easy, because maybe if you see the EV batteries, it's small, but in order to have the integration of production from mining all the way to the cell is very significant in terms of investment and in terms of cooperation. And this is good because we have the investor forum today, and this is why actually in terms of the end-to-end production, we need to have the cooperation with international partners, investors, because it is high technology, high investment, and also very complex project. So this is one thing. And again, I'd like to acknowledge one of our partners, the CATL from China, which is one of the biggest EV battery producers in Indonesia, is here present. Thank you very much for coming here. And again, this is something that we need to do. So the discussion, this is all about cooperation, all about investing with the investor to have this kind of magnitude. So Indonesia can be one of the biggest EV battery producers in Indonesia. So we're quite positive in terms of we're looking forward. As you know, maybe from the news, Indonesia has groundbreak the first 10 gigawatt hour of battery EV production in Karawang. This is a very significant step for Indonesia. This is the biggest battery production EV in the ASEAN region, right? And this is, can be integrated with the EV producers here in Indonesia. That's one big aspect that we have been cooperating. The second one is the end-to-end integration from mining through battery production. This is with the two biggest players, one the CATL, the other one is LGES from South Korea. The investment is around $15 billion, and it will take 3 to 4 years to have the production for the EV battery. Other than that, IBC is also having tasks to drive the ecosystem of the two wheels and the four wheels. Two wheels, of course, we will see signing after this one, where we can see that the mandate from the president, the mandate from our minister to use electric vehicle is really being seriously enforced and seriously doing to our community first, but then for the entire population of Indonesia. So this is something that IBC is also test, Pak Oki. It's not just about the battery, it's also to drive the EV ecosystem. And with the support of course, Pertamina, PLN, and Minority Group, we're sure that this is something strategic. And again, it can reduce significantly in terms of the emission. We aim to reduce around 9 million tons per annum. It's about 8% of the transportation sector. The other one is positive that we can reduce the import of fuel close to about $30 million per year. And the other one, which is also important, is the job creation, Pak Oki. When we develop this end-to-end project, it will create around 100,000 more new jobs in terms of direct and indirect labor. And this, of course, with the minerals. As you can see, when we use the minerals, we produce EV batteries, the value is more than 16 times the nickel ore that we have right now. So as you can see from our slide overhead is that the timeline, we need to start fast doing the EV ecosystem for the two wheels, but then we also chase into in terms of the big production of the EV batteries in 2024 and 2025. So hopefully having this kind of commitment from the shareholders, from the investors, we are sure that we will be able to deliver what in terms of the aspiration of the shareholders has given to the IBCT. I think that's okay.
Thank you, Pak Toto. Maybe, we're discussing about strategy going forward. Maybe I'll go back to Pak Salyadi. What is Pertamina's strategy towards the oil and gas business, which supports and in line with the 2060 NZE target?
Thank you, Pak Oki. I would like to say good morning to Pak Wamen, Pak Pahala, for joining us here. I think for Pertamina, to show our commitment for the NZA in 2060, of course it is in line with the governments of Indonesia's commitment. Pertamina has set out the roadmap for to have the NZA in 2060 or sooner. In the roadmap, we have set out the two pillars, which is the first one is decarbonization for its current business, and the second one is development of new green business. And the two pillars, we have the three enablers, which is one is first, develop carbon accounting standards and measurement. The second one is build sustainability organizations. And the third one is stakeholder engagement to full support the national NZA target and commitment. Because I think this commitment can be achieved, of course, Pertamina, firstly, we will do by ourselves within Pertamina. And of course, I think as Pak Dharma mentions that it can be done only by collaborations, at least within SOEs first and nationally, and maybe I think we should explore the possibility of have a global collaborations to realize our commitment. Pertamina has also developed strategy to support the energy transition by allocating its capex for lower emission energy and new renewable energy development. We have set out our goal to enhance in NA portion in Pertamina Energy mix from 1% in 2021 last year to 70% in 2030, including the gas portion from 3% to 19% in the same period, while refined products and LPG are expected to significantly decrease from 96% in 2021 to 64% in 2030. The goals have been coordinated with the Indonesian government in ensuring that it has been aligned with Indonesia energy mix target. We also receive full support from the government to work together in achieving the net zero plan in Indonesia. So in line with this roadmap, we also have enforced our subholding and of course our subsidiary to commit to this roadmap, and we have signed all the commitment within Pertamina. So hopefully, I think this roadmap can be exercised as planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Salidi. What about Mine ID, Pak Hendy, in terms of strategy? How do you align your strategy towards the ensuring business sustainability while preserving and meeting the efforts towards the net zero emission?
Thank you, Pauki. I think everything is aligned. The drive and the commitment to always opt for clean energy and cheap energy is aligned with our goals to always advance the way we do mining and with the way we do the related midstream smelter and processing activities. In the coming years, we invest heavily in technology, in the smart mining, which is mainly based on using electricity to power all of the exploration and the further midstream processing of the mining products. And like what I mentioned before, we always also plan ahead when we about to exit or finish our mining activities on the rehabilitation, reclaiming and revegetation of the ex-mining area. We involve communities. We work together to train them to make sure that the reclaimed area becomes a productive sources for the communities to be able to exploit further through the various vegetation products that will leave behind.
Thank you, Pak Hendy. I understand we have challenges. For Pak Toto, I guess from IBC, challenges for IBC in supporting the net zero emissions. But how IBC plan to actually overcome those challenges, and what was the strategy, Pak Toto, if you may?
Thank you, Pak. Okay, thank you. I guess one of the challenges in the first phase of the IBC formation is really in terms of the end-to-end value chain that we need to do to have the nickel production all the way to the battery cells. And the challenge, of course, one that, again, to do this, it will need a lot of investment, close to $15 billion for around 50 gigawatt hours of battery cells production. And we do acknowledge that to do this, we really need an investor that has the same aspiration as us. So luckily, we have CATL in the room also, Chairman Chen. Thank you very much for coming. And we also have LGS also. So that's one part of the challenge, Pauki. It will need, in terms of investment, project management, technology. It's something that is on top of our mind to deliver this project. That's one part of it. The other one, which is also quite, for us, which is very important, is the ESG aspect, all the way from mining and electricity. Because when we see the world-class players such as CATL, LG, Tesla, we have been visited by Northvolt from Sweden just last week. They emphasize on the clean aspect of the ESG from the mining, clean aspects from the electricity, and this is something that we need to deliver. The renewable power that needs to be there, it's for the production of EV battery. That's also one of the challenges that we need to do. The other one that we often overlook is the capability of the manpower. As you can see that if we develop this end-to-end production capability, we need thousands and thousands of workers, direct and indirect workers with experience. That's one of the problems, because as you can see, the EV battery is very new here in Indonesia. During the past year, I can only see 300 persons that is being actually trained for EV batteries. And we need a lot more than that. And then this is something that we need to address as an SOE to prepare the manpower side. The other one is the infrastructure of charging. Of course, dari Pak Darmo has been very good in terms, thank you very much, Pak, in terms of setting up the charging station. I've been using an EV car for the last 8 months, and I have no problem driving all around Jakarta, Pak, and have no problem from Jakarta to Bali. And this is something which is very good to support the infrastructure that we need. The other one that probably that I need to add is the mindset of the consumers, that we need to prove using the EV two wheels will bring benefits. Using the four wheels will bring benefit to us. And it showed that by using, we just did with PPI a study on the two wheels, using for the hail riders, it will save them about 40,000-50,000 rupiah per day. And this is a very, very significant number for the mass of the people. So this is something that, again, a challenge for us in terms of the adoption. And you can see that we are doing all our best in terms of overcoming this challenge, but I can see that with all the support from the SOE, all support from the investors, also from the media, it's very important to have that kind of adoption mentality through going to EV, because at the end of the day, it will benefit all of us. We have a cleaner environment, we will have a transition of energy, reducing our import of fuels, and also have the multiplier effect for the whole Indonesian nation. So I think that's the way to go, Pak Oki.
Thank you, Pak Toto. Maybe now I'll turn it to floor audience. If there are any questions to any of the panelists, give a chance for anyone. No? Okay, maybe, without further questions, I guess, we have probably last questions in terms of final remarks from every one of you. I think, together, Pertamina, PLN, MindID, and IBC can have a huge impact in terms of the carbon footprint, reducing the carbon footprint. So what are our thoughts in terms of doing it all together, right? What are the plans to achieve this target together? Maybe started with Pak Salyadi, and then Pak Darmo, Pak Hendy, and Pak Toto. Thank you.
I think it's true that we are here. Four of us can have the major significant impacts to our commitment for achieving the NZA. And I think, as you heard before, that four of us have the initiative, a plan to get the the NZA in line with the government's commitment. And I think with our effort and also collaborations among us, at least four of us, and also supported by government's support, I think hopefully we can achieve what we planned before. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Syaldi. Pak Darmo, any final remarks?
And we have to admit today that we face a big challenge. The paradigm of thinking has to change. And PLN also has to change. Before, we are a company that is supply-driven strategy, and we have to shift to green demand strategy. PLN has been devising green products. With the additional of green demand, we have to take care of our customers with the additional requirement. We build strategy of developing renewable energy, but not only that, we are devising a new strategy how the new green economy going to be fulfilled. For instance, here, today we're signing with the multi-bintang of green product, in which the electricity is marked coming from renewable energy with a green tariff. 3.5 gigawatt of additional demand with this kind of fashion, imposing additional requirement of environmental sustainability. We have to change. But with this kind of shift also, before the fluctuation is only coming from demand, with this kind of renewable energy additions, the fluctuation is also coming from the supply side. It just happened, Pak Pahala here, the Pak Wamen, Satu BUMN already instructing to us to do a digitalization. We've been doing digitizing our power plant, transmission distributions. 1 year ago, Pak Wamen paid a visit to our Jawa Madura Bali control center, and he asked, how are you going to be able to accommodate the additional of renewable energy with the characteristic of intermittent? Pak, today, Pak, I can report to you, Pak, we built the state-of-the-art of technology, of dispatch technology, collaborating with the Global Power System Transformation Coalition, Pak. In the next 1 year, Pak, our system is going to be able to balance the fluctuation not only on the demand side, but also on the supply side, Pak. Then the digitalization has been under the watchdog of Pak Wamen here, and we report every 2 months how the progress is taking place, Pak. Is it enough? It's not enough. There is a transformation of organizations through the holding, subholding. Through their transformations, we have the chance, we have the new organization that facilitate the development of capacity building and technical know-how that really fit, that really relevant to the challenge of the future, the renewable energy, the green transitions. So this holding, subholding is also expediting that one. We do a self-imposed cap, trade and tax among our 26 coal-fired power plants with a great success. Even though the cap tax has been postponed by 2025, we are ready exactly to do so by today. We also developing strategy of natural-based sequestration, natural-based mitigation solutions, in which we have so much area in which we start planting mangrove, trees, and this part of the carbon offset. So we have to change, and the transformation is taking place not only on the technology, organization, the new corporate culture, capacity building, technical skills, and every single thing. So we trying here to shift a PLN, the previously organization that is static, that is backward-looking, to become organization that is dynamic and forward-looking, that based on the technology and innovations. And here today, we declare that the only way to move forward to address the climate change is through collaborations, and state-owned enterprise is becoming the foundations, and the battle has just begun. Thank you.
Pak Hendy.
Again, we would like to iterate our commitment to focus on 3 things. One is to always look for ways to have a better alternative in terms of fuel sourcing, prioritizing the use of clean energy and cheap energy. Number two is we will always focus on how we can use our tailing and slag as part of the recycling activities to reduce carbon emission. And also the reclamation and rehabilitation of the ex-mining areas to promote carbon capture by repopulating the ex-mining area with the new vegetation that can do carbon capture. And thirdly, we will always focus on ways to find new technologies by ways of smart mining, using of technologies that can promote lesser use of fuel and higher rate of productivity. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Pak Toto.
Again, IBC is committed in terms of driving the ecosystem in Indonesia. We are not just doing the batteries, but also the EV ecosystem. And very much so, we need cooperation between all of us, the SOE and also the investors, because this is key to achieve what our aspiration as a nation, being one of the, I guess, most blessed countries in terms of EV batteries and EV ecosystem. On a lighter note, to the audience here, I'd like to give a message. Please try the electric vehicle, whether it be 2 wheels or 4 wheels. Pak Hala is our role model. He owns a Gesit ya, Pak ya. He owns a Gesit, a 2 wheels. So let's never pause. And we should also, on a daily basis, start using EV. Whether 2 wheels, 4 wheels. I felt it myself using the 4 wheels. I'm not just getting a lower fuel bill, but also it's the environment. It's something that our younger generation needs to adopt. And I think this is key. We will have a signing of 2 wheels commitment, Pak, this is today, but to have this to be developed all across Indonesia, I think it's key to the energy transition, to the net zero that we have been talking all about, and let's do what we can do to actually do this within our control. So I guess this is for the best for Indonesia and SOE, Pak, okay, and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Toto. So I think we can hear, Pertamina, PLN, MindID, and IBC have taken major steps towards the net zero emission, and they have laid out their strategy in terms of the carbon reductions. And I think through the collaborative efforts, of these 4 SOEs, we believe it's a strategic investment to bring a huge impact to us in terms of reducing carbon footprint. So I think, again, give a round of applause to everyone, all the panelists here. This concludes our session today in net zero emission. Thank you for the panelists. As a sign of the 4 SOE series commitment and efforts, shortly we will begin by signing SOE commitment in achieving the target, the net zero emission. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our dearest moderator, the President Director of Mandiri Sekuritas, Bapak Oki Ramadana, for excellently moderating the session. And would also like to sincerely thank our dearest speakers for sharing with us their knowledge and their input on the commitment on NZE by the state-owned enterprises. And ladies and gentlemen, next, we're going to proceed to the next agenda, and that is the SOE's commitment on NZE, and it will be implemented in the form of a series of signings. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the signing, or the MOU signing of the acceleration of electric motorcycle program. This MOU signing ceremony is between PT Wika Industri Manufaktur and several representatives from SOEs, which are PT Pertamina Persero, Mining Industry Indonesia or MIND ID, PT Telkom Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Perkebunan Nusantara 3 Persero, as well as PT Jasa Marga Persero and PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero. And ladies and gentlemen, for this MOU ceremony, we'd like to sincerely thank everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. And thank you so much for staying with us up until now. And we'd like to ask you to please stay with us until the end of our event because we have so many more to give. And we'll all gain incredible insights from the next panel discussions as well as celebrate the MOU signings, to celebrate the collaborations and the partnerships that will continue to be fruitful, successful, and everlasting. And to tell you a little bit about the next MOU signing, ladies and gentlemen, so because PT PLN Persero has already signed a Memorandum of Understanding, or the MOU, with PT Wika Industri Manufaktur on the 23rd of July this year, 2022, we ask that they will all join us on stage when it advances as a follow-up of the joint commitments in the battery-based electric motor vehicle acceleration program of the state-owned enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll repeat. So this MOU signing ceremony, it will involve great parties between PT Wika Industri Manufaktur and several representatives of the SOE. Ladies and gentlemen, they are PT Pertamina Persero, the Mining Industry Indonesia or MIND ID, PT Telkom Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Perkebunan Nusantara 3 Persero, PT Jasa Marga Persero, and PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is with the greatest honor and pleasure that we shall invite the witnesses of the signing ceremony. His Excellency, Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of SOE. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We'd also like to invite Mr. Dwi Johardian, the President Director of PT Wijaya Karya Industri dan Konstruksi, Mr. Darmawan Prasojo, Mr. Hendy Priyo Santoso, the President Director of MIND ID, Mr. Ririk Ardiansyah, the President Director of PT Telkom Indonesia Persero Tbk, Mr. Bakir Pasaman, the President Director of PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero. Ladies and gentlemen, so these gentlemen will be the witnesses and the signatory parties. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Samyarto, Mr. A. Sayadi Saputra, representing the President Director of Pertamina, Mr. Dilo Seno Widakdo, Mr. Heri Supriyadi, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Ghani, Mr. Subakti Syukur, and Mr. Arif Fauzan. Ladies and gentlemen, so this MOU represents the concrete pledge of SOEs in supporting the government's commitments to accelerate the electric vehicles program. This collaboration is also a form of synergy between SOEs in promoting and supporting Indonesia's commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the tangible manifestation of supporting the clean energy transition program in Indonesia and net zero emissions by 2060. PT Wika Industri Manufaktur, as the owner of the electric motorcycle Gesits, is committed to supply the needs of electric vehicles, which will later be used as the operational vehicles and official vehicles for state-owned companies. WIMA will continuously support and cooperate in developing EV ecosystem in Indonesia. Okay, everyone, here we go. Gentlemen, we ask you to please proceed with the signing. Thank you. Along with the witnesses, gentlemen, we ask you to please proceed with the signing. Kami persilakan Bapak untuk menandatangani Memorandum of Understanding. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The MOU signing between PT Wika Industri Manufaktur and PT Pertamina Persero, PT PLN Persero, Mine ID, PT Telkom Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Perkebunan Nusantara 3 Persero, PT Jasa Marga Persero, PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero. We'd like to ask all gentlemen to please show the document. And we'd like to ask all photographers to please capture this great moment. Through this MOU, ladies and gentlemen, these 7 SOEs has shown great commitments to procure up to 2,000 units of Gesit's electric motorcycle. They'll be consistent with the government's commitments to support the EV adoption in Indonesia. And this great collaboration is expected to help accelerate the electric vehicle program to support the national energy independence and net zero emissions in 2060. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And once again, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone. And now let us have a group photo session together with the witnesses as well as all signatory parties. And we'd like to thank our photographers for capturing this great moment. Ladies and gentlemen, this collaboration also reflects the commitment of SOEs to the G20 presidency in 2022. And here's the group photo session together of signatory parties along with the witnesses. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations, everyone. May future collaborations continue to be fruitful, successful, and everlasting. And Your Excellency, Bapak Pahala, we ask you to please remain on stage. And to everyone on stage, to all signatory parties as well as witnesses, you may return to your seats. Thank you very much. Bapak Pahala, we ask you to please remain on stage, Bapak. And to all signatory parties and witnesses, you may return to your seats. Thank you. And next, ladies and gentlemen, it is the letter of intent between 8 SOE on the pilot project voluntary carbon market in state-owned enterprise and will be known as the VCM BUMN. And we have the first Vice Minister of the Ministry of SOE, His Excellency Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, to witness the signing of the letter of intent for the carbon trading pilot project of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises Voluntary Carbon Market. And we'd like to request everyone here mentioned to please come up on stage. The President Director of ID Survey, PT Biro Klarifikasi Indonesia Persero. Representing the President Director of PT Pertamina Persero, the Director of Strategy, Portfolio, and New Ventures. The President Director of Perum Perhutani. The President Director of PT Perusahaan Listrik Negara Persero. And the President Director of PT Indonesia Asahan Aluminium Persero. The President Director of PT Perkebunan Nusantara 3 Persero. The President Director of Pupuk Indonesia Persero. And the President Director of Semen Indonesia Persero Tbk. Ladies and gentlemen, so this letter of intent is between 8 SOEs on the pilot project voluntary carbon market and state-owned enterprise and will be known as VCM BUMN. So ladies and gentlemen, we will hand over the yilang tree as a symbol of reducing carbon emission. The yilang tree is known for its eminence to absorb carbon dioxide and nitrogen oxide and also filtering the pollutants. So ladies and gentlemen, this letter of intent is between 8 SOEs on the pilot project voluntary carbon market in state-owned enterprise and will be known as VCM BUMN. So ladies and gentlemen, this letter of intent signing is on carbon trading pilot project of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises Voluntary Carbon Markets between 8 SOEs, which are ID Survey, PT Biro Klasifikasi Indonesia Persero, PT Pertamina Persero, Perum Perhutani, PT Perusahaan Listrik Negara Persero, PT Indonesia Asahan Aluminium Persero, PT Perkebunan Nusantara 3 Persero, and also Pupuk Indonesia Persero along with PT Semen Indonesia Persero Tbk. And this is the handover of the ilang tree as a symbol of reducing carbon emissions. The ilang tree is known as an eminence to absorb carbon dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and also filtering the pollutants. And it is also called the air filtering car tree. Thus, the carbon trading pilot project of BUMN and VCM BUMN has officially started. The ilang tree is also known as an aesthetic value with its beauty of its flowers and its economic value by their great wood quality, and it can produce the ilang-ilang essential oil known as Java Cananga oil with a fragrant aroma which is used for body care and treatments, and it is also used for a religious ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, let us capture this great moment together and let's give them a big round of applause. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the letter of intent signing on carbon trading pilot project of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises Voluntary Carbon Market with 8 SOEs. Thank you very much, everyone. And Bapak Pahala, Your Excellency, we ask you to please remain on stage. And for everyone else, thank you very much. You may return to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, the next one, it is on a Memorandum of Understanding Cooperation in Potential Business Relationships and Data Exchange for Carbon Trading Business Developments between PT Pertamina Persero and Indonesia Stock Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, now in recognition of the future success of our major project collaboration, we will take a moment to highlight several strategic partnerships that will drive Pertamina's net zero emissions commitment. Let us start with the session signing ceremony, the MOU cooperation and potential business relationships and data exchange for carbon trading business development between PT Pertamina Persero and Indonesia Stock Exchange. Our signatories, allow me to invite on stage Mr. Iman Rahman, the President Director of Indonesia Stock Exchange. We'd like to invite Mr. Iman Rahman up on stage. We'd also like to invite, representing the President Director and CEO of Pertamina, Mr. A. Salyadi Saputra, the Director of Strategy, Portfolio and New Ventures of PT Pertamina Persero. And witnessing the signing ceremony, we have His Excellency Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, along with Mrs. Justini Septiana, the Deputy Commissioner for Capital Market Supervision of Indonesia Financial Services Authority. Thank you very much, everyone. And now, Excellencies, you may proceed with the signing. Dan sekarang kami persilakan kepada Bapak Ibu untuk menandatangani the MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, this exciting project will indeed drive Pertamina's net zero emissions commitment. And next, we'd like to have our signatories to hold the documents to the camera, and we'd like to ask our photographers to please capture this great moment. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the signing ceremony, the Memorandum of Understanding of the Cooperation and Potential Business Relationship and Data Exchange for Carbon Trading Business Developments between PT Pertamina Persero and Indonesia Stock Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone. And Bapak Pahala, along with Mr. Salyadi, We ask you to please remain on stage, Bapak Salyadi dan Bapak Pahala. And next on the agenda, moving on, is the signing ceremony of the heads of agreements on carbon credit trading between PT Pertamina Power Plants or Power Indonesia, between PT Pertamina Hulu Energy and PT Pertamina Power Indonesia, PT Kilang Pertamina Internasional. We'd like to invite our signatories to be up on stage. Mr. Danif Danu Saputro, the CEO of PT Pertamina Power Indonesia, PT Wiko, Mr. Wiko Migantoro, the CEO of PT Pertamina Hulu Energi, and Mr. Taufik Aditya Warman, the CEO of PT Kilang Pertamina Internasional. And witnessing this ceremony, we have His Excellency Mr. Pahala, and representing PT Pertamina Persero, we also have Mr. A. Salyadi Saputra. And gentlemen, we ask you to please sign the document. The first document signing is between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia and PT Pertamina Hulu Energi. And now we continue with the signing between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia dan PT Kilang Pertamina International. Next, we ask for the gentleman to please hold up the documents to the camera. And gentlemen, we ask you to please sign. Terima kasih semuanya. Thank you so much and congratulations on the mark of this great partnership. And we'd like to ask Bapak Pahala to please stay with us on stage. And everyone else, thank you very much. You may return to your seats. Thank you very much, Papa Hala. We ask you to please remain on stage. And to all gentlemen, thank you so much. You may return to your seats. Thank you. And so on our next agenda is the Memorandum of Understanding on the cooperation in the development of Saguling Floating Solar Power Plants and Singkarak Floating Solar Power Plants between PLN and Achwa Power Indonesia. We'd like to invite the CEO of PLN, Bapak Darmawan Prasojo, and the President Director of Achwa Power Indonesia, Bapak Salman Masud Barai, to sign the document. Please welcome the gentleman on stage. And to witness this ceremony, Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri and Bapak Wahyu Hidayat, the Senior Advisor. We'd like to invite the Bapak Wahyu Hidayat, the Senior Advisor of Achwa Power, to join the ceremony. All right, gentlemen, we welcome you to please sign the ceremony, to sign the documents. Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now you may switch the documents. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the signing of the MOU on the cooperation in the development of Saguling Floating Solar Power Plants and Singkarak Floating Solar Power Plants between PLN and Achwa Power Indonesia. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And you may now return to your seats. Terima kasih, Bapak Pahala. You may return to your seats, Your Excellency, and thank you so much, gentlemen. Congratulations on this great mark of this much anticipated, much needed partnership. May all partnerships in the future and all collaborations continue to be fruitful. And ladies and gentlemen, let us take a short break now as we enjoy lunch and network with the great company that is around you. And we'll be right back at approximately 12:40 p.m. So we'd like to expect you to be back in the venue at 12:40 p.m. Please have an enjoyable lunch, and we'll see you very soon. Lunch will be held at the Tanjung Benoa Hall. Thank you so much.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover strong.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
The mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for, and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow even bigger and brings meaning to everyone's smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
from passion turned to profit,
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth and mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. MindID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean and environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. Eighth, to advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system, as well as run the control system to achieve efficiency and optimization of energy supply and demand. These are PLN's commitments to a better life for future generations. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ketika semua terhenti karena pandemi, kami selalu ada untuk menyambungkan harapan. Kini dunia kembali bergerak. Akan ada harapan yang mengalahkan tantangan. Masa depan hanya bagi mereka yang berani bermimpi besar dan melampaui batas. Karena merekalah yang membawa kemajuan zaman. Di dalam pikirannya selalu resah. Lahir sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat. Ketika yang lain menyerah pada nasib, pikiran mereka menjelajah angkasa, merekayasa masa depan. Kami, Telkom Indonesia, bersama mereka dengan gagasan yang melampaui batas akan terus berinovasi menciptakan masa depan Indonesia yang lebih baik. Telkom Indonesia, untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Bank Syariah Indonesia menjadi energi dalam membangun Indonesia. Membangun manusia.
Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Dulu tiap transaksi banyak biaya ini itu.
Tapi di tabungan BTN Bisnis beda. Bisa bebas biaya transaksi itu juara banget.
Karena bisnis gak cuma tentang hari ini,
tapi juga esok hari.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover strong.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
The mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on, Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for, and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow even bigger and brings meaning to everyone's smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
From passion turned into profit.
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth and mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. Mind ID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean and environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. Eighth, to advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system, as well as run the control system to achieve efficiency and optimization of energy supply and demand. These are PLN's commitments to a better life for future generations. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ketika semua terhenti karena pandemi, kami selalu ada untuk menyambungkan harapan. Kini dunia kembali bergerak. Akan ada harapan yang mengalahkan tantangan. Masa depan hanya bagi mereka yang berani bermimpi besar dan melampaui batas. Karena merekalah yang membawa kemajuan zaman. Di dalam pikirannya selalu resah. Lahir sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat. Ketika yang lain menyerah pada nasib, pikiran mereka menjelajah angkasa, merekayasa masa depan. Kami, Telkom Indonesia, bersama mereka dengan gagasan yang melampaui batas akan terus berinovasi menciptakan masa depan Indonesia yang lebih baik. Telkom Indonesia, untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Bank Syariah Indonesia menjadi energi dalam membangun Indonesia. Membangun manusia.
Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Dulu tiap transaksi banyak biaya ini itu.
Tapi di tabungan BTN Bisnis beda. Bisa bebas biaya transaksi itu juara banget.
Karena bisnis gak cuma tentang hari ini,
Tapi juga esok hari.
Indonesia, a beautiful country rich in resources, nature, and diverse culture. Indonesia's state-owned enterprises, or SOEs, play pivotal roles in driving and strengthening the national economy. SOEs continue to transform and create breakthroughs. It is the time for SOEs to undertake further transformation and contribute more through the acceleration of clean water provision in Indonesia. Because if there is no water, there is no life.
Pembangunan yang lebih berkelanjutan, inklusif, dan pro-poor harus menjadi landasan. Terakhir, kemitraan global harus diperkuat. Dalam situasi saat ini, komitmen kemitraan harus dipertebal. Prinsip no one left behind harus diwujudkan dalam bentuk nyata.
The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises through BUMN Dana Reksa Holding is making breakthroughs and presenting solutions for the present and the future. Indonesia Water Fund, gathering investment funds and pursuing SOE synergies for one mission, to accelerate the provision of clean water in Indonesia. The first fund established to address the nation's water issues focusing on 3 delivery principles for its execution. It is truly a step-up formula to speed up access to clean water in Indonesia. BUMN Dana Reksa Holding, as the first transformation specialist company owned by an SOE, is managing Indonesia Water Fund, or IWF, and partnering with local and global investors to expand the scale and impact of the fund. IWF is more than just a fund. It is the first fund created by the Ministry of SOEs, aimed to build a new ecosystem to improve water infrastructure in the country. With a single move, all houses are connected to adequate water infrastructure, providing 10 million residential water connections to facilitate easy access to clean water, reaching up to 40 million people across the nation. In cooperation with other SOEs, private and global companies, IWF will bring clean water to every home. As the access to clean water is a basic right, everyone deserves one. Save water, save life. Indonesia Water Fund, for better access to clean water in Indonesia, driving Indonesia forward. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover strong.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for, and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow even bigger and brings meaning to everyone's smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
From passion turned into profit.
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth and mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. Mind ID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean and environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only Earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. Eighth, to advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system, as well as run the control system to achieve efficiency and optimization of energy supply and demand. These are PLN's commitments to a better life for future generations. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ketika semua terhenti karena pandemi, kami selalu ada untuk menyambungkan harapan. Kini dunia kembali bergerak. Akan ada harapan yang mengalahkan tantangan. Masa depan hanya bagi mereka yang berani bermimpi besar dan melampaui batas. Karena merekalah yang membawa kemajuan zaman. Di dalam pikirannya selalu resah. Lahir sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat. Ketika yang lain menyerah pada nasib, pikiran mereka menjelajah angkasa, merekayasa masa depan. Kami, Telkom Indonesia, bersama mereka dengan gagasan yang melampaui batas akan terus berinovasi menciptakan masa depan Indonesia yang lebih baik. Telkom Indonesia, untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Bank Syariah Indonesia menjadi energi dalam membangun Indonesia. Membangun manusia.
Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Dulu tiap transaksi banyak biaya ini itu.
Tapi di tabungan BTN Bisnis beda. Bisa bebas biaya transaksi itu juara banget.
Karena bisnis gak cuma tentang hari ini,
Tapi juga esok hari.
Indonesia, a beautiful country rich in resources, nature, and diverse culture. Indonesia's state-owned enterprises, or SOEs, play pivotal roles in driving and strengthening the national economy. SOEs continue to transform and create breakthroughs. It is the time for SOEs to undertake further transformation and contribute more through the acceleration of clean water provision in Indonesia. Because if there is no water, there is no life.
Pembangunan yang lebih berkelanjutan, inklusif, dan pro-poor harus menjadi landasan. Terakhir, kemitraan global harus diperkuat. Dalam situasi saat ini, komitmen kemitraan harus dipertebal. Prinsip no one left behind harus diwujudkan dalam bentuk nyata.
The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises through BUMN Dana Reksa Holding is making breakthroughs and presenting solutions for the present and the future. Indonesia Water Fund, gathering investment funds and pursuing SOE synergies for one mission, to accelerate the provision of clean water in Indonesia. The first fund established to address the nation's water issues, focusing on 3 delivery principles for its execution. It is truly a step-up formula to speed up access to clean water in Indonesia. BUMN Dana Reksa Holding, as the first transformation specialist company owned by an SOE, is managing Indonesia Water Fund, or IWF, and partnering with local and global investors to expand the scale and impact of the fund. IWF is more than just a fund. It is the first fund created by the Ministry of SOEs, aimed to build a new ecosystem to improve water infrastructure in the country. With a single move, all houses are connected to adequate water infrastructure, providing 10 million residential water connections to facilitate easy access to clean water, reaching up to 40 million people across the nation. In cooperation with other SOEs, private and global companies, IWF will bring clean water to every home. As the access to clean water is a basic right, everyone deserves one. Save water, save life. Indonesia Water Fund, for better access to clean water in Indonesia, driving Indonesia forward. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover stronger.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
The mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for, and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow, everyone smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
From passion turned into profit.
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth and mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. Mind ID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean and environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. Eighth, to advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system as well as
sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat. Ketika yang lain menyerah pada nasib, pikiran mereka menjelajah angkasa, merekayasa masa depan. Kami, Telkom Indonesia, bersama mereka dengan gagasan yang melampaui batas, akan terus berinovasi menciptakan masa depan Indonesia yang lebih baik. Telkom Indonesia, untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Bank Syariah Indonesia menjadi energi dalam membangun Indonesia. Membangun manusia.
Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Dulu tiap transaksi banyak biaya ini itu.
Tapi di tabungan BTN Bisnis beda. Bisa bebas biaya transaksi itu juara banget.
Karena bisnis gak cuma tentang hari ini,
tapi juga esok hari.
Indonesia, a beautiful country rich in resources, nature, and diverse culture. Indonesia state-owned enterprises, or SOEs, play pivotal roles in driving and strengthening the national economy. SOEs continue to transform and create breakthroughs. It is the time for SOEs to undertake further transformation and contribute more through the acceleration of clean water provision in Indonesia. Because if there is no water, there is no life.
Pembangunan yang lebih berkelanjutan, inklusif, dan pro-poor harus menjadi landasan. Terakhir, kemitraan global harus diperkuat. Dalam situasi saat ini, komitmen kemitraan harus dipertebal. Prinsip no one left behind harus diwujudkan dalam bentuk nyata.
The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises through BUMN Dana Reksa Holding is making breakthroughs and presenting solutions for the present and the future. Indonesia Water Fund, gathering investment funds and pursuing SOE synergies for one mission, to accelerate the provision of clean water in Indonesia. The first fund established to address the nation's water issues, focusing on 3 delivery principles for its execution. It is truly a step-up formula to speed up access to clean water in Indonesia. BUMN Dana Reksa Holding, as the first transformation specialist company owned by an SOE, is managing Indonesia Water Fund, or IWF, and partnering with local and global investors to expand the scale and impact of the fund. IWF is more than just a fund. It is the first fund created by the Ministry of SOEs, aimed to build a new ecosystem to improve water infrastructure in the country. With a single move, all houses are connected to adequate water infrastructure, providing 10 million residential water connections to facilitate easy access to clean water, reaching up to 40 million people across the nation. In cooperation with other SOEs, private and global companies, IWF will bring clean water to every home. As the access to clean water is a basic right, everyone deserves one. Save water, save life. Indonesia Water Fund, for better access to clean water in Indonesia, driving Indonesia forward. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover strong.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
The mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as our events will continue shortly, we'd like to invite everyone to please enter the ballroom and please be seated. Thank you. Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena acara akan segera dimulai, kami persilakan Anda untuk memasuki ruangan venue dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
From passion turned into profit.
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, Make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth and mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We sincerely appreciate your attendance and your participation here today, and thank you so much for staying with us. And ladies and gentlemen, we truly hope that you also had a very good lunch and a strong hit of coffee, because now let us get down to business and continue our agenda. And for our next session, it is a panel discussion. We're going to be talking about and discussing energy transition mechanisms acceleration. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome our moderator for this session, the head of equity research of Mandiri Sekuritas. Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Adrian Joser.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Adrian Joser, Head of Equity Research at Mandiri Sekuritas. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. Good afternoon and welcome our distinguished speakers and our distinguished guests into this room. And thank you for your participation in this session on energy transition mechanism acceleration. So allow me to invite our distinguished four speakers into the stage. First, Pak Hartanto Wibowo, Director of Corporate Planning and Business Development at PLN. Please give a round of applause. And now let me invite the second speaker into the stage, Pak Harold Ciptajaya, Managing Director of Investment Banking at Mandiri Sekuritas. And our third speaker, Bapak Rafli Yandra, Director of Business Development at Bukit Asam. And now let's welcome our fourth speaker, Bapak Edwin Syahruzat, President Director of Sarana Multi Infrastructure. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all of you for participating, and also to our four distinguished speakers here. So we will be discussing about energy transition mechanism, or ETM, as part of Indonesia's commitment to achieve net zero 2060. The energy transition strategy needs to be able to replace while maintaining baseload power supply. Currently, energy mix in Indonesia is dominated by coal-fired power plant, or CFPP, and based on the government's roadmap, the CFPP capacity must be reduced gradually until 2060. So today, we will be hearing collaborative efforts from state-owned companies to execute their first pilot projects to accelerate the phase-out of coal-fired power plants. So in this energy transition mechanism acceleration session, we will feature the pilot project and the reasoning behind the initiatives. So without further ado, let us hear the first presentation from Pak Hartanto Wibowo, who will give us insights about PLN's journey on energy transition. The floor is yours, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Joy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As we know that the government of Indonesia has ratified the Paris Agreement and submitted commitment to reduce gas emission with the unconditional target 29% and with the unconditional target of 41%. Of course, as state-owned enterprise, PLN aligned with the government of Indonesia ambition PLN set the vision or aspiration to achieve the net carbon emission in 2060. To achieve that vision, PLN has identified 4 pillars. The first and the second pillar is about the supply side initiative to shift away from the high carbon power generation. The pillar consists of several sub-initiatives with the short-term goal to over-deliver on NDC by 2030 and the long-term goal to achieve a net zero emission by 2060. The third pillar is the initiative about the supply side management. This is to increase growth of business and also to acquire the new technology. PLN understand that to execute all of the pillar, PLN needs to build the capabilities, the internal capabilities, both of human capabilities and also the organizational capabilities, and of course the new technology regarding the energy transition and the renewable energy. To achieve the vision, PLN has set up a roadmap to decrease coal power plant gradually until 2060. In the business as usual, like in the slide, the total projected emission of our sector will increase 4 times from 250 million tons CO2 in 2020 to more than 1 billion CO2 in 2060. However, PLN now is on the journey to be the clean energy company. We will expand our capacity with renewable to support the growth of Indonesia economy and power demand. Besides expand the renewable, of course, to achieve the vision of net zero emission by 2060, PLN is committed to retire coal power plant, both of naturally and early retirement. PLN has opportunity to retire 6.7 gigawatt, which consists of 3.2 gigawatt will retire naturally and 3.5 gigawatt will be retired early, subject to certain conditions by 2040. PLN understand that in executing the coal retirement, we need a scheme, and we consider to finance in 3 scheme options. First is write-off or accelerated depreciation. The second is spin-off with blended financing, and the third is IPP refinancing. Today we will sign a MOU. We will sign the principal framework agreement, the PTBA, to implement the second option, which is spin-off with blended financing. Of course, the key success factor in spin-off with blended financing is the interest rate of a loan. The lower the interest rate, the earlier of retirement of coal power plant can be done while achieving acceptable return for the investor. The third option, IPP refinancing. In this financing scheme, the IPP will get to refinance the asset with a lower interest rate, with allow for financial rooms to shorten the PPA duration and early retire the IPP. Thank you, Pak Joy. This is the roadmap of PLN to achieve the vision of net zero emission by 2060. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Hartanto, for the very insightful presentation. Now let's turn to Pak Harold Ciptajaya to hear more details about the scheme of ETM and the mechanism and also the structures. Please, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Adrian. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending this session, which is very important. As you know, many people around the world are talking about ETM. We call it Energy Transition Mechanism, without really knowing what it really means. Are we changing the energy just like that, or how we like to do that? Of course, obviously, it's very important for Indonesia to bring more renewable energy to the grid. But the reality, the technology has not been developed so much that you can just go immediately changing from the coal-fired to become renewable energy. And one other thing that we always face, that the market says that at this moment there is matters of oversupply in electricity. So the argument that Mandiri Sekuritas has been putting forward to our friends at PLN and PTBA is actually in order for the government to make more rooms for renewable energy. One of the other things that we have to do is actually to early retire this coal-fired power plant. We've been contemplating many ways how to go there. And one of the other things, as Pak Hartanto has mentioned, is actually to the spin-off. And from many of the power plant owned by PLN, we come to one potential transaction that would like to discuss and also to evidence the signing of the transaction by today. Allow me to go to page 10 of this presentation from Mandiri Sekuritas, where you can see that this is the power plant that we are talking about. This is the power plant who are linked to the Java network, which is one of the strongest network that the government has. And it is actually one of the good operating coal-fired power plant, although it has the older technology. If we go to the next slide, we can see that what we are trying to do to achieve by the spin-off, actually that we would like to create a transaction that can be replicated not only for one project, but it can be replicated for multiple other coal-fired power plants in Indonesia. The spin-off model will show that actually gives opportunity for PLN and also its partners to early retire this power plant using the market mechanism. And the key of all this transaction is the availability of low-cost financing. That's why later on today you will hear from Pak Edwin, my colleagues, who will discuss about what will be the role of ETM through the government, the national platform, energy platform, who will discuss later on how the government will support in terms of low-cost financing. My last slide will be actually, we see based on our market discussion with some of the players, people always said that availability of low-cost financing is very key in order for us to achieve the reduction, early retirement of coal-fired plant. I think that would be all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Harold. So let us now move to Pak Rafli of Bukit Asam. So we actually want to hear about your PTBA's involvement in this project initiative. The floor is yours, Pak.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So in this good opportunity, please allow convey to explanation about the Bukit Asam in the business transformation roadmap strategy. And PTBA is the Indonesian oldest and most experienced coal producer, which has been operating for more than 100 years. So in 2013, PTBA adopted a new vision of becoming a world-class energy company that cares about the environment and later on. And then we escalate in 2018 with the transform into an energy and chemical company by entering the coal gasification sector. Next. PTBA, the only state-owned enterprise in Indonesia, engaged in coal mining, which has the almost 6 billion tons of resources, and this is which makes PTBA the largest in Indonesia coal mining company. We have the 3 ports and 6 mining locations with total mining license area of the almost 100 hectares. Next. And we see the industry faces the challenge of accelerating business transformation in the midst of the towards global industrial decarbonization. If we look at the global electric demand forecast, the volume of coal use is still slightly increasing. Although the portion of the energy mix will decrease, this is in line with our commitment of countries in the world to achieve net zero emission. Next. Considering several external aspects of the strengths, PTBA has long-term strategic the focus of 4 pillars. And we see the expanding the business of energy, chemical and derivative products, and carbon management to be able to realize PTBA vision to become a world-class economy, the world-class economic energy company. This strategic theme is expected to be able to guide PTBA in transforming as well as to play a role in assisting the government in the energy transition during the decarbonization period. Next. PTBA's long-term transformation is carried out in several stages, phases, and the achievement of milestones. PTBA first milestone in that in 2026 is expected that PTBA will have a revenue of 50% from non-coal business. To achieve the PTBA strategy theme, there are several projects that we highlight that the display. There are 2 solar power plants. In addition, there are several projects under development, such as PLTS, port mining, and land with a total capacity up to 600 megawatt, and others. On this occasion, we keep moving forward to take a greener initiative. We are pleased to inform you that today there will be the signing of 2 important milestones in this agenda. The one is synergy between PTBA and PLN for energy transition and business diversification by signing principal framework agreement for early retirement of Pelabuhan Ratu coal power plant. And the second is synergy between PTBA and Cement Indonesia to develop new renewable energy also based power plant by signing as MOU. We also do joint development between PTBA and China Huadian Corporation to develop renewable energy in Indonesia and China. We hope all initiatives can be realized. Thank you. This is from us.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Rafli. And now, last but not least, let me pass it to Pak Edwin Sahruzat of Sarana Multi Infrastruktur. So we learned that the government of Indonesia has actually appointed SMI as country platform to support energy transition and efforts. So we actually would like to know more the details about the role of Sarana Multi Infrastruktur. The floor is yours, Pak.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, distinguished panel, speakers, Vice Minister, and ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to briefly explain about the role of PTSMI as a country manager ETM platform that has been assigned to us, I think in the middle of July 2022. Maybe I think my presentation covered 2 elements. First is the concept of the energy transition itself, and secondly is the importance of the blended finance to support the transition itself in such a way we can achieve net zero emission. I think we can go to the page 4 with regard to the concept itself. Energy transition in our understanding covers, I think, 2 important things. Yeah. First is the phasing out of the coal power plant, and the second one is the scaling up the renewable energy mixture. So I think within this context, it is also important to support the smooth phasing out of the coal-fired power plant, because I think Indonesia need to achieve emission reduction in that context. And secondly, also we are currently facing with the excess supply of power generation. And PTSMI, as a representative of the MOF, will provide a blended finance together with the government support so that we can be in the middle, yeah, providing competitive financing and also equity modality that can help the transition towards the renewable itself. I think I can go to the second part of our presentation, that is explaining the blended finance structure. that covers under our platform. Basically, we have three modalities. The first one is what we call it the concessional loan or program loan, which is essentially under the result-based lending. I think in this context, we together with the partners, multilateral or development partners, together will provide blended finance concessional loan to support PLN in doing transition, whether it can be related to the coal phasing out as shown in the slide page number 7. Yeah? And under this loan program, we set a certain KPI that is targeting PLN to have some emission target, and of course, the underlying of the emission target itself is, of course, the phasing out of the coal power plant. The second modality is I think to facilitate the PLN spin-off program. I call it it's the equity modality. Basically, PTSMI will be the investors, yeah, to facilitate the spinning off of the power plant, and expectedly, as an investors, we also can bring the element of the low-cost funding from the OEP. In such way, all blended cost of capital would enable to facilitate the spinning off of the coal power plant that is planning by PLN in accordance with their emission target. I think this spin-off modality, I think will be detailed further after we sign an MOU in this afternoon. And the third one, I think this IPP modality, and in this modality, I think SMI will co-invest or will be working in tandem with INA. I think INA will be facing with the private or IPP investors in dealing with the curtailing the tenor of the PPA in such way the emission impact or emission reduction could have been achieved, yeah, through this third modality. I think these three modalities, yeah, will be coming together, yeah, as a parallel, as an element of financing support that is, of course, the evidence of the support of the government, and we are going also to work in tandem with many counterparties, whether it is multilateral development partners, commercial banks, as well as philanthropy, to make the energy transition or the transition happening or achieve, yeah, in the near future. I think this is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Edwin. So now we will actually move on to some of Q&A sessions. So I will begin by asking the first question to Pak Harold. So this is in regards to ETM, the structure and the transactions. So actually the question is more about how has been the progress in terms of the conclusion on low-cost financing for this project, as this becomes a very important element of this ETM structure.
Thank you. Let me answer this, and let me assure you that today is a very historical moment, that today it'll kick off the really ETM project in Indonesia by the signing of the document between PLN and PTBA. As you might have seen, we've been discussing about ETM, we've been discussing about low-cost financing, But today we'll have a signing between PTBA and PLN, whereby there will be later on a transaction whereby PLN will sell one of its power plant to PTBA, where all together we'll work out to make sure that the energy transition is happening in Indonesia. And the role of PT-SMI is very clear, is actually in supporting this transaction through the low-cost financing. So the parties that we see today is especially the real player behind the first ETM project in Indonesia.
Thank you, Pak Harold. So maybe if I can pass it on to Pak Edwin, I think just to follow up in terms of the financing as well. So I think how has actually been the progress so far in terms of, and the challenges of getting the low-cost funding for this project? Yeah.
I think the most important thing is the project development itself, before we go into financing. So that's why the reason I would suggest, or I would propose, an equity modality come first, so that PT-SMI act on behalf of the investors in defining the project or the underlying asset to be spin off, and what is the sort of the right and obligation between the investors and the PLN. And I think with single asset, good and solid contractual agreement, I think low-cost financing could be mobilized. And I think this is also the position of PT-SMI as a country platform. We are going to, I think, conduct development or construction, meaning that the contractual agreement must be developed first. Until then, low-cost financing could be accomplished.
Thank you. So I think in the interest of time, we'll have to end the session for a signing ceremony. So I think before we actually pass it on back to the MC, I just want to conclude the importance of energy transition mechanism as a solution to accelerate the early phase out of coal-fired power plant, while at the same time the transition into the new and renewable energy. So I think has also been elaborated by Pak Hartanto, the role on PLN to collaborate on this early retirement program on coal-fired power plant as an important element of this energy transition. And also I think Pak Edwin has also mentioned some of the options presented by Pak Harold, where the spin-off model requires low cost of fund as a critical element, with SME actually having its key role in this specific area. So I hope this discussion provides valuable insights to all of the audience here about the mechanism of Indonesia's energy transition. Once again, I would like to say thanks to all of the distinguished guests and the panelists, and let us give them the final round of big applause. So let me now hand over the session back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Adrian, for excellently moderating this very substantial panel discussion. And we'd like to sincerely also thank our speakers for sharing their knowledge with all of us and their input on the subject. And I hope everyone has gained incredible and valuable information and insights from them. Once again, let's give them a big round of applause. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next, let us all witness how SOEs collaborate and form a synergy in promoting as well as supporting the net zero emission target through energy transition mechanisms acceleration. But before we witness the signing, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your eyes onto the screen and allow us to present to you a video on the synergy between PLN and PTBA in implementing early retirement program for Pelabuhan Ratu CFPP.
PLN is working with government to accelerate the transition of clean energy to net zero emission in 2060 in a fair and affordable way. As one of the concrete steps, PLN is implementing a plan for the early retirement of fossil power plants in several phases until 2056. one of the pilot projects for the early retirement of fossil-based power plants under the market scheme is the coal-fired power plants PLTU West Java 2, known as PLTU Pelabuhan Ratu, which has an installed capacity of 3 times 350 megawatts. The PLTU has served as the electricity supplier in the West Java region and is known as one of the environmentally friendly power plants in Sukabumi, West Java. It has received the Green Proper predicate from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry 3 times consecutively. The early retirement program for fossil-based power plants requires the cooperation of all stakeholders. The early retirement of Pelabuhan Ratu Steam Power Plant is the synergy of PLN and Bukit Asam. Bukit Asam is leading investor in the early retirement program. Early retirement will technically reduce the PLTU's operating period from 24 years to 15 years, with the potential for carbon dioxide emission savings of up to 51 million tons of CO2 equivalent, or equivalent to a total cost savings of 220 billion rupiahs. PLN continues to make a green energy transition by adhering to the principle of availability, affordability, and acceptability for the sake for a better future. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
So ladies and gentlemen, that was the video on the synergy between PLN and PTBA in implementing early retirement program for Pelabuhan Ratu CFPP. And ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We're going to witness how the SOEs or the state-owned enterprises collaborate and form a great synergy in together promoting as well as supporting and of course to accelerate as well the net zero emission target through the energy transitions mechanisms acceleration. And ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite to the stage the Director of Corporate Planning and Business Development of PLN, Bapak Hartanto Wibowo, and the Director of Business Development of Bukit Asam, Bapak Rafli Yandra, to come up on stage to sign the document. And as witnesses, please allow us to welcome on stage His Excellency Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of SOE of Indonesia, and the President Director of Bukit Asam, Bapak Arsal Ismail, to witness the signing ceremony. Gentlemen, we welcome you to sign the document. And ladies and gentlemen, PLN and Bukit Asam will sign the Principal Framework Agreement or PFA related to early termination acceleration of Pelabuhan Ratu power plants 3x350 megawatts. And gentlemen, we'd like to ask you to please hold up the documents for a group photo session together by first shaking your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, so this PFA regulates the requirements and explanations regarding the structure of CFPP Pelabuhan Ratu transaction plans between PLN and Bukit Asam. And here are our excellencies holding up the documents of the MOU signing, the very much needed one. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations to PLN and Bukit Asam. And Bapak Pahala, we ask you to please remain on stage. And gentlemen, thank you very much. You may return to your seats. And next, let us proceed to the next agenda of the signing ceremony, an MOU signing on the financing related to energy transition between PLN and Sarana Multi Infrastruktur or SME. Allow me to invite to the stage the Director of Finance of PLN, Ibu Cynthia Rusli, and the President Director of SME, Bapak Edwin Shahruzad, to sign the document. And as our witness of the signing, we have His Excellency Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri. Ibu, Bapak, you're welcome to please sign the document. You may exchange the documents. And Ibu Bapak, you may now show and hold up the documents for a group photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, this MOU regulates the preparation of the financing of investment schemes for the early retirement program of coal power plants. Thank you very much. We congratulate PLN and SME for the signing of the MOU. Bapak Pahala, we ask you to please remain on stage. And everyone, Ibu and Bapak Edwin, you may return to your seats. Thank you very much. And for our next signing ceremony, is the signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding between PT Bukit Asam Tbk and PT Semen Indonesia Persero Tbk. The MOU between PTBA and SIG comprises the cooperation of new renewable energy-based power plants development. This collaboration is a form of synergy between SOEs in promoting and supporting the clean energy transition program in Indonesia and net zero emissions by 2050. Let us welcome our witnesses, Mr. Raffi Yandra and Mr. Aulia Mulki Umar. And to sign the MOU, we have the President Director of PT Bukit Asam Tbk, Mr. Arsal Ismail, and the President Director of PT Semen Indonesia Persero Tbk, Mr. Doni Arsal. You may now exchange the documents. PT BA through its subsidiary, PT Bukit Energi Investama BEI, will build a solar power plant to support the operational activities of PT Semen Padang, which is a subsidiary of SIG. The plan for solar power plants developments is divided into 2 phases. So in the first phase, solar power plants with a capacity of 11.1 megawatt peak will build, which is targeted to operate commercially by December 2022. And the second phase, ground-mounted solar power plants with a capacity of 28.9 megawatt peak, targeted to operate in December next year. And next, ladies and gentlemen, would like to have the MOU. Bapak Pahala, we ask you to please remain on stage. Okay, terima kasih Bapak. You may now return to your seats. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed the signing of the MOU between PTBA and SIG, and hopefully this great signing and the collaboration will assist the energy acceleration in PTBA and SIG by developing new and renewable energy-based power plants. And ladies and gentlemen, may future collaborations continue to be fruitful, successful, and everlasting. And next, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a little bit of a breather, a 15-minute break. And when we come back, we'll have more panel discussions with our dearest speakers. We'll see you again back at the venue in 15 minutes time. So we welcome you to mingle with the great company that is around you. And when we come back, we'll have a panel discussion talking about all the realms of new energy. Thank you so much. And we'll be right back in 15 minutes time. Thank you.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper. Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas' decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover stronger.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
The mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for, and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow even bigger and brings meaning to everyone's smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
From passion turned into profit.
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth in mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. Mind ID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean and environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. Eighth, to advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system, as well as run the control system to achieve efficiency and optimization of energy supply and demand. These are PLN's commitments to a better life for future generations. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ketika semua terhenti karena pandemi, kami selalu ada untuk menyambungkan harapan. Kini dunia kembali bergerak. Akan ada harapan yang mengalahkan tantangan. Masa depan hanya bagi mereka yang berani bermimpi besar dan melampaui batas. Karena merekalah yang membawa kemajuan zaman. Di dalam pikirannya selalu resah. Lahir sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat. Ketika yang lain menyerah pada nasib, pikiran mereka menjelajah angkasa, merekayasa masa depan. Kami, Telkom Indonesia, bersama mereka dengan gagasan yang melampaui batas, akan terus berinovasi menciptakan masa depan Indonesia yang lebih baik. Telkom Indonesia, untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Bank Syariah Indonesia menjadi energi dalam membangun Indonesia. Membangun manusia.
Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Dulu tiap transaksi banyak biaya ini itu.
Tapi di tabungan BTN Bisnis beda. Bisa bebas biaya transaksi itu juara banget.
Karena bisnis gak cuma tentang hari ini,
tapi juga esok hari.
Indonesia, a beautiful country rich in resources, nature, and diverse culture. Indonesia's state-owned enterprises, or SOEs, play pivotal roles in driving and strengthening the national economy. SOEs continue to transform and create breakthroughs. It is the time for SOEs to undertake further transformation and contribute more through the acceleration of clean water provision in Indonesia. Because if there is no water, there is no life.
Pembangunan yang lebih berkelanjutan, inklusif, dan pro-poor harus menjadi landasan. Terakhir, kemitraan global harus diperkuat. Dalam situasi saat ini, komitmen kemitraan harus dipertebal. Prinsip no one left behind harus diwujudkan dalam bentuk nyata.
The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises through BUMN Dana Reksa Holding is making breakthroughs and presenting solutions for the present and the future. Indonesia Water Fund, gathering investment funds and pursuing SOE synergies for one mission: to accelerate the provision of clean water in Indonesia. The first fund established to address the nation's water issues, focusing on 3 delivery principles for its execution. It is truly a step-up formula to speed up access to clean water in Indonesia. BUMN Dana Reksa Holding, as the first transformation specialist company owned by an SOE, is managing Indonesia Water Fund, or IWF, and partnering with local and global investors to expand the scale and impact of the fund. IWF is more than just a fund. It is the first fund created by the Ministry of SOEs, aimed to build a new ecosystem to improve water infrastructure in the country. With a single move, all houses are connected to adequate water infrastructure, providing 10 million residential water connections to facilitate easy access to clean water, reaching up to 40 million people across the nation. In cooperation with other SOEs, private and global companies, IWF will bring clean water to every home. As the access to clean water is a basic right, everyone deserves one. Save water, save life. Indonesia Water Fund, for better access to clean water in Indonesia, driving Indonesia forward. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover strong.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for, and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow even bigger and brings meaning to everyone's smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
From passion turned to profit.
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth and mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. Mind ID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean, environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only Earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. Eighth, to advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system, as well as run the control system to achieve efficiency and optimization of energy supply and demand. These are PLN's commitments to a better life for future generations. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ketika semua terhenti karena pandemi, kami selalu ada untuk menyambungkan harapan. Kini dunia kembali bergerak. Akan ada harapan yang mengalahkan tantangan. Masa depan hanya bagi mereka yang berani bermimpi besar dan melampaui batas. Karena merekalah yang membawa kemajuan zaman. Di dalam pikirannya selalu resah. Lahir sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat. Ketika yang lain menyerah pada nasib, pikiran mereka menjelajah angkasa, merekayasa masa depan. Kami, Telkom Indonesia, bersama mereka dengan gagasan yang melampaui batas akan terus berinovasi menciptakan masa depan Indonesia yang lebih baik. Telkom Indonesia, untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Bank Syariah Indonesia menjadi energi dalam membangun Indonesia. Membangun manusia.
Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Dulu tiap transaksi banyak biaya ini itu.
Tapi di tabungan BTN Bisnis beda. Bisa bebas biaya transaksi itu juara banget.
Karena bisnis gak cuma tentang hari ini,
Tapi juga esok hari.
Indonesia, a beautiful country rich in resources, nature, and diverse culture. Indonesia's state-owned enterprises, or SOEs, play pivotal roles in driving and strengthening the national economy. SOEs continue to transform.
Distinguished
and
guests,
create
ladies and
breakthroughs.
gentlemen, as our event will continue shortly, we'd like to ask everyone to please be seated. Thank you. Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena acara akan segera dimulai, kami persilakan Anda untuk menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih.
there is no water, there is no life.
Pembangunan yang lebih berkelanjutan, inklusif, dan pro-poor harus menjadi landasan. Terakhir, kemitraan global harus diperkuat. Dalam situasi saat ini, komitmen kemitraan harus dipertebal. Prinsip no one left behind harus diwujudkan dalam bentuk nyata.
The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises through BUMN Dana Reksa Holding is making breakthroughs and presenting solutions for the present and the future. Indonesia Water Fund, gathering investment funds and pursuing SOE synergies for one mission, to accelerate the provision of clean water in Indonesia. The first fund established to address the nation's water issues, focusing on 3 delivery principles for its execution. It is truly a step-up formula to speed up access to clean water in Indonesia. BUMN Dana Reksa Holding, as the first transformation specialist company owned by an SOE, is managing Indonesia Water Fund, or IWF, and partnering with local and global investors to expand the scale and impact of the fund. IWF is more than just a fund. It is the first fund created by the Ministry of SOEs, aimed to build a new ecosystem to improve water infrastructure in the country. With a single move, all houses are connected to adequate water infrastructure, providing 10 million residential water connections to facilitate easy access to clean water, reaching up to 40 million people across the nation. In cooperation with other SOEs, private and global companies, IWF will bring clean water to every home. As the access to clean water is a basic right, everyone deserves one. Save water, save life. Indonesia Water Fund, for better access to clean water in Indonesia, driving Indonesia forward. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Well, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope that you had a very good break, had a good cup of coffee, because right now we're going to get back to business and continue our next session. We're going to be starting our, again, panel discussion, this time talking about the surrounding topics on the great realms of new energy. For that, please allow me to welcome our dear moderator to moderate this next session, the Managing Director of Mandiri Sekuritas. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Harold Cipta Jaya. Let's give him a big round of applause.
The last session of the day. So shall we just go to the beach and enjoy the day? Or you want to hear some of these panelists? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a very extraordinary event today that we have. We have a couple of very distinguished speakers. First, I would like to introduce Pak Wiluyo Kusdwiharto, the Director of Management Project and New Renewable Energy at PLN. The second one is Pak Danif Danusaputro, the CEO of Pertamina Power Indonesia. And the last but not least, we have Vishal Argawal, Senior Partner of McKinsey and Company. Please come forward. As I said earlier, today is very extraordinary because we will hear from these gentlemen about the new development, what we call the new energy. Today, we have already seen and heard some of the development from the government on zero commitment and also on the early retirement of the coal-fired power plant. We always believe that in order for the government to put in more renewable energy, one of the things that we have to do is to reduce and also to early retire this coal-fired power plant. So today we have heard the commitment from the government how to come to the net zero emission. And today, earlier today, we just heard also about the early retirement of coal-fired power plant. Now we would like to hear from this gentleman on how to fill in the gap when and if the coal-fired power plant is being retired. As we all know that there's been a presidential decree has been issued, number 212, which accelerate the development of renewable energy. Everybody has been waiting for this decree. And now the decree is here. Now it's up to us how we can fill in and live in the regulation. Again, as I mentioned, we will have a good discussion with a representative, the director from PLN, the CEO of Pertamina Power, and obviously official at the end of the table. Before we continue, I would like to give the word to Pak Wiluyo to give his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Harold. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you. Please allow me to present our PLN transformation program called co-firing biomass. Last year at COP26, PLN have commitment to reach net zero emission by 2060. PLN aim to promote long-term energy transition and decarbonization, ETM, in the power sector and fully support government program to provide better living space for future generations. Now, today, PLN have a total capacity of a generation is 66.3 gigawatt totally, and majority using the fossil power plant is around 87%. The remaining we using renewable energy. But for the future, PLN have dedicated based on the greener RUPTL 2021 and 2030 to develop around 40.6 gigawatt. 20.9, 52% is a new power plant, should be built by renewable energy. But the remaining 19.7 is still fossil because we already commit 3 until 5 years ago. So we should continue the progress of the fossil development. Ladies and gentlemen, PLN have started the journey to reduce CO2 emission by implementing biomass co-firing on the existing coal power plant. The emission reduction were derived from the clean coal technology is around 1.88 million ton CO2 equivalent compared with the target 0.77. I think it's a good progress. Especially for the biomass, we achieve 0.39 million ton CO2 equivalent, and better than our target is 0.34 million ton CO2 equivalent. That's why we will develop the biomass co-firing, and we will have a plan to co-firing our power plant. 652 power plant, fossil power plant will be developed, and we using biomass co-firing. And this is, I think, is optimist target should be achieved by PLN. Biomass co-firing will play the instrumental part for PLN energy transition towards net zero emission 2060. We know that Indonesia have a fully abundant of the feedstock available around Indonesia. In Sumatra, we plenty of palm trees, And then in Java, we have risk huts, and also municipal waste can be transferred to our coal power plant to replacing the coal. We know that the biomass co-firing is one of the PLN quick win that can be implemented to reduce emission. We have a benefit of this biomass co-firing program. One is renewable and sustainable. Second, benefiting local economy. And then guarantee off-taker, because PLN will be one of the off-taker, and less capex required. And we have a plan, we have a target to implement our coal power plant by biomass in 52 locations. And we have a target, we use 10.2 million ton biomass product in 2025. PLN exploring multiple sources of biomass partnership to enable supply of biomass for co-firing power plant. We already signed the memorandum of understanding with the PTPN3 and also with Perhutani and also with Sangyang Seri to implement it co-firing program in our power plant. With the PTPN3, we will using the palm tree. With the Perhutani, we will use wood chip, wood pellet. And then with the Sangyang Seri, we will consume rice husks to our power plant. PLN have conducted biomass co-firing today at 33 locations of coal power plants with a target of 12% co-firing in 2025 to reduce 11 million tons of CO2 per year. We have conduct to all of our plant across Indonesia, in Jawa, in Sumatra, in Kalimantan, in Sulawesi, and Nusa Tenggara. And today, 33 coal power plant for co-firing already conduct. We use 384 kiloton biomass, and we already produce 393 gigawatt hour green energy. And also we already reduced 391 kiloton CO2. To enable the adoption of biomass co-firing, PLN required support through government regulation and partnership with biomass producer. We have some challenges. First is price, second is regulation, third is quality of overall biomass, and fourth is a source of supply to achieve target 10.2 million ton in 2025. And we need support from stakeholders such as Ministry of Environment and Forestry for the permit, Ministry of Finance for VAT exemption and incentive, and then Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources for the regulation, Ministry of State-owned Enterprise with collaboration with other state-owned company, with the Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs to help us to develop the industry of biomass, and last, Ministry of Public Works Housing to support to municipal waste processing facilities. Thank you, Pak Harold.
Thank you, Pak Wiluyo. Give a hand of applause. I think it's very interesting. Just keep your questions until we have the Q&A session. Now I would like to give the word to Pak Danif to explain about his view about hydrogen. I think people are waiting about that, so let's hear Pertamina's view on hydrogen. Please.
Thank you, Pak Harold. First of all, thank you for having me in this distinguished event with distinguished panelists. So first of all, I would like to explain about the business that Pertamina New Renewable Energy is mandated. We are basically here to transition Pertamina from oil and gas company into an energy company with low carbon footprint. So we need to transition our business as an oil and gas by creating new green business. We do have 3 pillars. We would like to become the green energy champion. So in this case, we would like to explain about the future businesses, which is a core mandate for us, which is hydrogen is one of them, but we're also looking into battery and energy storage and also the carbon market. From Pertamina Group perspective, this energy transition period is very crucial for us because we know our business will get disrupted. Hence, we will making a pledge in G20 for our net zero emission target. We have two pillars. First, we still need to keep our role to provide energy security for the country, right? So we still need to keep producing and possibility to increase our oil and gas productions to support the GDP growth of Indonesia. Hence, the first pillar in order to achieve net zero emission for Pertamina is to do decarbonization effort. And the second pillar is, this is where the business that I'm leading is play a big role, how to create new green business. In this new green business, there are 8 initiatives. Hydrogen is one of the key initiatives for the future. That's why it's called Future Energy, Future Businesses. Biofuel, I'm going to explain a little bit, and some of the renewable energies that we could provide either off-grid for off-grid purposes. So as we know, right, decarbonization is not only about power generations, right? There are transportation sector that need to be decarbonized. So in this case, hydrogen, we believe, and I think it's all backed by the a report and analysis that this is the future energy for hard-to-abate sector and also for transportations that dealing with long distance, heavy duty, and also marine and aviations. This is all sectors that emit carbon, and this cannot be decarbonized through electrifications or through a battery. Hence, we believe hard-to-abate industries such as steel mill, cement, including refineries that Pertamina operate, needs to convert the hydrogens, right, as a feedstock, also as an energy carrier, which should come from either blue or green hydrogens. Transportations, aviations, marine, as I said, long distance public transportations or heavy duty trucks, it can only be 100% decarbonized through hydrogens. So we strongly believe the demand for hydrogens will be multiplied by 4 by 2050. Right now, I think it's about 90 million tons globally. It will multiply by 4 to about 400 million tons in 2050. And this is a huge opportunity. In Indonesia, as we know, we will not be the lowest cost producer for situations. We believe, other than the increased demand domestically, the international market will need to diversify their sources. Hence, we believe there are role for Indonesia. In this case, Pertamina, we would like to become a dominant player in the hydrogens in the futures. Right now, it's still not competitive compared to the gray hydrogens, but we strongly believe this will become the total cost of productions will become at par as soon as either 2027 or 2030. So this is a huge opportunity, and this is for Pertamina, this has become a first mover advantage for us. As Pak Wiluyo mentions, hydrogen can be converted into ammonia to be transported, and I think right now for co-firing purposes it's already in the money, Pak Wiluyo. This is also opportunity either domestically or internationally, and going forward, transportations, hard-to-abate industries, and also power plant, correct. Power plant, I started basically, was informed there are H-class type of engine that could take feedstock from hydrogen. This is become a big opportunity for us as an energy company to take this kind of opportunity. So again, there's a lot of technology that needs to be, I guess, in terms of electrolysis. On the blue hydrogen, we did not discuss about the potentials on the CCS and CUS, right? So on the green hydrogen itself, the most important or the most biggest factors on the cost, as we all know, is on the production of electricity itself. Hence, scale is very important for us. We want to make sure that we will implement a pilot project and also with the end commercializations that have a long-term offtake. So those are for the hydrogens. Maybe I'll spend a little bit on biofuel. This is also very important for Pertamina and to create energy from waste. We do have a project in North Sumatra, which is basically producing energy from biomass pome, right, into biogas. But in the biomethane initiative, we will have arrangement with PTPN3 to utilize their waste, the pome waste, to be purified and to create replacement of CNG. So this one is to reduce emissions in production, the CNG. So this is a bio-CNG. Basically, there's a lot of demand to use CNG as the source of energy in the industry in North Sumatra and also along the Sumatra, where there's a lot of supply of feedstock from plantations that's owned and operated by PTPN group, right? So this kind of initiative is something that we are pushing, right? This is part of mandate of Pertamina New Renewable Energy, creating a circular economy of which we can use waste coming from huge plantations scale that PTPN has, and then also with the location of the industry that require a CNG. If we can produce CNG from the waste of such as pome, it will create much less emissions. Last but not least is we also have initiative on the renewable on geothermal. This is basically we will utilize basically the additional what do you call it, geothermal that has been produced to create an additional power. So basically this is called brine to power. This brine to power is something that's we can use geothermal as beyond energy. Again, this is we have initiative, and we also will have some signing related to this from PG side. I think that's all the three initiatives that we have show the future energy that we are, I guess, executing right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Danif. Applause for Pak Danif. Indeed, it's very exciting to hear what will be the Pertamina strategy, how to deal with the new energy. You have heard about hydrogen, you have heard about the biomethane, and now beyond geothermal, I think we have some gentlemen from PGE is also here, who later on you can be meeting them one-on-one to hear about what is beyond geothermal. But today we have also a very prominent speaker in the area of hydrogen. So Vishal is a good friend of mine. We've been working together in many of transactions, and he specifically asked me to say, let me talk about hydrogen. Don't ask him about any other else, although he knows a lot about aviation and any other things, yeah, Vishal. But today we will hear from him about hydrogen. People will understand what is hydrogen. I don't even know. There's a gray one, a green one, a blue one, a red one? No? Not yet.
Pink.
Yeah. Gray, green, blue, yellow? No?
No.
Oh, okay. Not yet, not yet.
Turquoise.
So we'll hear from Vishal what is hydrogen technology available. And as we all Indonesian, we always look at the cost. The question is it economical? Yeah, if we have one of the key feature of energy, it should be affordable. If it's not affordable, maybe it's not for us. So the challenge official to convince us that hydrogen is commercially viable. Michelle, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Harold, for a very warm introduction and a challenging one. Well, not that I'm only passionate about hydrogen, but each one of these green molecules can be such an interesting topic. We can go on for hours and hours. But as Pak Harold mentioned, we need to catch the sunset. So I decided to restrict it only for hydrogen today. Just to set the context and get going, what you see on this page is our assessment of 2050 net zero. What are the different sources of primary energy, right? And as you can see, of course, electricity is going to be massive with a lot of electrification happening of transportation and industrialization. And a lot of this is expected to come from renewables. But the two big themes that you see there is hydrogen and bioenergy, which includes biomass, which Pavel talked about, but also the biofuels, which Danif was talking about. Now, a few things to just note from here is in the bigger scheme of things, we're talking about overall hydrogen to be anywhere from 10 to 20% of the primary energy. It's not insignificant, but it's not that we're saying the hydrogen will be the 100% of the energy, but it's still significant. And at these rates, we are talking about close to $1.5 to $2 trillion worth of value pool. So it's quite significant, especially growing from almost zero today, right? The second thing to note on this page is on the bioenergy, you see almost a flat line, but there's a lot more nuance to it. Today, a lot of bioenergy is largely blending of B20, B30, bioethanol, biomethanol in most countries. However, over time, we'll see that that will get replaced. As more and more EVs come in, you will not have the need for blending, but you will see more biomethane, biosyngas, sustainable aviation fuel. So the nature of these bioenergy and biofuels will change quite significantly, and that's where we see a lot of opportunities in the bioenergy. Yeah, we'll go to the next page. Maybe start with the one question that you asked, Pak Harold. If you go to the 5 questions page. But actually, let's stay here. The different colors of hydrogen. It's a rainbow color, and it's an ever-evolving color. For someone who is half colorblind and understands only the primary colors, I find it difficult to distinguish. But the core hydrogen colors are basically gray, blue, and green. And of course, then there is pink and turquoise and many other, but these are the core colors that we keep talking about. Gray is what we today do using steam methane reforming. It's largely done in the refineries. Blue is when you take the CO2 from that and put it, sequester underground. And green is using renewables to break water, H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen, right? So that's broadly, simply put, the different colors. But the most interesting thing, so rather than give kind of a lecture on hydrogen, what we thought was we'll take some of the questions that, Harold, you asked, right? And everywhere we go, these are some of the core questions that we get asked. Number one is it really going to happen? Is it ever going to be economical, and by when? Right? Maybe if you can show those 5 questions. The second is, are people really investing in hydrogen, or is it just a talk? And where is the evidence of investment that is happening in hydrogen? Third is, what is the technology risk in hydrogen that we are talking about? There is alkaline, there is PEM, there is solid oxide. How do we decide what risks to take and by when? Last 2 questions is about, can we in Indonesia produce hydrogen economically and be competitive? Then if you talked about some of that. And the last part is, what are some of the opportunities in front of us, right? So I'll just take one by one each one of these questions and give our views on where the opportunities lie. So starting with, is it going to be economical? Yeah, if you go 2 pages down. One more, yeah. So on this page, you see all the different use cases of hydrogen. And the different axes are, how does it compare today to other alternate fuels, substitute, be it fossil fuels or non-fossil fuel. And on the y-axis, you see against other low-carbon solutions. And we have taken over time by say 2030, which is when we expect a lot of hydrogen to start to scale up and come into the system, a very reasonable kind of carbon price of about $50 a ton. And most economies are moving towards that. As you know, Singapore has increased its taxes to $50 to $80 a ton. Europe is coming up with the cross-border adjustment mechanism, which means that any goods traveling to Europe will be subject to European taxes, and so is US and some of the other countries. So we have taken that, and you will see that at least 10 of the use cases are economical today as we speak, without taking into consideration the cost reduction that we expect between now and by 2030. It is economical. Second point that I wanted to talk about is this page. You must have heard about the Inflation Reduction Act that the United States passed, which was one of the flagship bills that President Biden had been pushing for. Well, it's largely about climate change. They're investing about $400 billion in new technologies like CCS and hydrogen. And given all the investments that is going into hydrogen as a theme, you will see on this page all those use cases, other use cases that are not economical today are becoming economical by 2025. So the acceleration of these use cases that can take hydrogen is getting up by 10 to 15 years already. So to address the question, is it economical? Yes. About 10 to 15 use cases are already economical today, and more are getting into the economical zone as we speak, without taking into consideration a lot of the technology curve that we're talking about. And we expect this is not just in Europe and US. We expect that half of these demand will actually come from Asia. And you're already seeing a lot of activity and MOUs, bilateral MOUs getting done by Japanese, by Koreans, by Chinese, etc. Right? So that's to address the first question on where is the economics on hydrogen. And when I talk about hydrogen, it includes some of the derivatives like ammonia as an example. The second question is, are people really investing or just talking about it? Now, go to the next page. There are significant investments that are already getting committed into hydrogen. About 43 gigawatts of the production capacity on the green hydrogen, 51 integrated projects, and as you can see, this is all across the world. Some of the major suppliers are expected to be Australia, Saudi Arabia, and Chile. And the self-sufficient regions are expected to be China and India. And we see very, very significant projects that are already getting commissioned, not just for transportation, but for industrial applications. Just as an example, in Europe, there is a quote-unquote a startup called H2 Green Steel, which is funded by one of the private equity companies. They have commissioned a 3 million ton steel plant based on green hydrogen. They have not produced a single molecule of hydrogen. They have not produced a single ton of steel. They have advanced sold all 3 million tons of steel at 25 to 30% premium. So there is so much latent demand for some of these applications that we talk about. And about 93, go on to the next page. About 90 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity is already being planned and is being commissioned to address the expected crunch in the electrolyzer capacity for green hydrogen. And you must have heard players like Adani, Ambani, and some of the other global players investing tens of billions of dollars into the electrolyzer ecosystem. So real investments happening. Of course, the announcement is still 3 times, 4 times more than what money has been sunk in, but real significant money is getting committed on hydrogen. Keppel, for example, in Singapore, SimCorp, I see some of the familiar faces, is investing very significant money in this part of the world. Third question, how do we address the risks on technology? So there are 3 big technologies that we're talking about electrolyzer, not taking into consideration the blue hydrogen, which is where CCS comes into play. But if we talk about green hydrogen, alkaline, PEM, and solid oxide, and with the scale, not taking into consideration the technology evolution, just the scale, with the scale, we are expecting the cost to come down quite significantly by about 50 to 60%. And this we have seen in many other technologies, right? You, think about the cost curves for electric vehicles and batteries about 10 years back, and look at where it is today. We're talking about hydrogen in the similar space, with more investments coming in, with more scale coming in, with more innovation coming in. We expect these things to come down. And many of these are modular capacities, so very quickly they can be replaced. So that's to address the technology risk. Fourth question is, what can we do, or is Indonesia going to be competitive? Yeah. Maybe we go to the next page. So short answer is, can we compete on the production cost with Western Australia and Chile on green hydrogen? The short answer is no. Having said that, just stay to the, yeah. Having said that, we might not be the least cost producer. We will be somewhere in the second quartile to median cost producer. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. We can use that for domestic consumption, and we expect a significant domestic demand coming from hydrogen. We can potentially use it for bunker. If you think about it, Singapore is the largest bunker hub in the world, right? Selling 50 million tons of bunker fuel. And there are only two technologies that can replace bunker fuel. There is the biomethanol and ammonia. These are the only two expected ones. And with the resources that we have, we can potentially capture that market, right? And with the diversification of the supply that will come in from many of these other players, we can be a very competitive player. Not the least cost, but very competitive player on hydrogen, both for blue and for green. Blue, because we have 10 to 12 billion tons of CO2 sequestration capacity in the country, which is very rare compared to many other places. With all of this, what are some of the interesting things that we can do? Coming to the last question. Yeah. Before we come into Indonesia, let's look at what is happening around in ASEAN, right? So others are really moving. Thailand, PTT, Bangchak, and Thai Oil. If you look at all these companies, they're making real investments into hydrogen. So is Singapore, both Keppel and Sembcorp. Even Philippines and Malaysia. Malaysia, if you've noticed, Petronas has created a completely new subsidiary called Gentari, much in the lines of what the aspirations that you shared, Patanef. So there is real movement happening on hydrogen from our neighbors. And keeping that in mind, here are some of the thoughts for Indonesia. And it was quite inspiring, if you go to the next page, to see that the two largest industrial companies in the country are already thinking about this, already moving this direction, right? So the three thoughts that we had for Indonesia is, number one, how do we scale up our domestic hydrogen to meet the decarbonization demands for the country? Number two, how do we become the hydrogen export hub, including for not just for the hydrogen molecules and for ammonia, but also for the bunker fuel. And a lot of the stranded renewable capacity, if you think about it, instead of converting them into electrons and bringing them into the demand centers in the domestic countries, we could think about converting them into the green molecules and exporting them out. And the third is, how do we leverage these resources to go downstream and build more and more downstream use cases, including big industrial clusters that can manufacture green products or lower carbon intensity products that can be sold into the international market at a very competitive price. So not just competing on cost, but competing on carbon intensity can be a very interesting thing. And we are seeing a lot of countries trying to have a different level playing field on this dimension. Right. With that, I would like to pause and hand over to you, Pak on some of the thoughts from our side on opportunities for Indonesia on the hydrogen space.
Thank you, Vishal. Today we have learned about, round of applause for Vishal from McKinsey. So today we have learned about hydrogen 101, 201, 301 in 1 hour, Vishal. So you've been very good in explaining to us, but too bad we are in the sunny Bali, so I think half of you just only got half of it, if you are lucky. The rest maybe just even quarter of it. But I'm sure this presentation is available for everybody, Vishal, for them to take away, for everyone else to learn about this. Personally, I strongly believe that hydrogen is the future. The question is how to go there. What should we do? I think Vishal from McKinsey has given a serious thought about how to go there, what has to happen in order to make it economical, and what are the preconditions that the government has to do in order to make it happen. But before we continue on hydrogen, I would like to give the first question to Pak Wiluyo before everybody can prepare some questions, maybe together with Pak Danif, because both of them are talking about the same thing, about the biomass or biomethane, because both of them have also collaboration with PTPN3 for both on the biomass side or biomethane. Based on my understanding, Pak Wiluyo and Pak Danif, actually, obviously everybody agrees that biomass is one of the largest renewable energy source in Indonesia. But the question is, how come that there have not been so much of biomass power plant yet in Indonesia? I know one of the key issues was at the time when I was still at infrastructure market is actually about the logistic issues. I have seen a power plant for 15 megawatt which they use the palm kernel shells, and they need to transport the palm kernel shells from all palm plantation in one province in order to fuel only 15 megawatt power plant. So at the time, our advisor said it's impossible to have a logistic arrangement like that. So it has always been the challenge, how we can meet about the abundant renewable source biomass and the need of the electricity itself. So I don't know, I'm sure you are not prepared for this question, but I think it's for me, this is one of the burning questions, how to deal with the biomass power plant. So Pak Wiluyo, please, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Arnold. It's a good question, Pak. I think we already discussed it many producers, Pak, of biomass. I think the challenge is about price, Pak. About price, you know, we have no regulation that state the price of the biomass, Pak. We already discussed many times with the Ministry of Mineral and Resources, especially for the renewable, Pak Dirjen Renewable Energy, Pak Dadan, how to increase the price so the many producers can supply our power plant, Pak. Because now we in PLN have a regulation, by internal regulation, CAPDIR, that state the price of biomass should be same with the coal price, Pak, with the around 70, Pak, with the DMO, coal with the DMO, Pak, domestic market obligation or domestic market price, around 70. I think the price not interest for the producer, Pak, because you know you are right, Pak Arnold, transportation cost I think is a big issues, because we have example in the Pekanbaru, Riau, we have a power plant in there, Tenayan, and around of the Tenayan, PTPN3 have some big area for the plantation of palm tree, but they cannot supply us because the price is not suitable with the economic cost of the PTPN3, Pak. I think regulation should be issued by the government, Pak, so the producer interest to supply biomass to PLN power plant. Thank you, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Pak Danif, you are in the biomethane. I used to learn about biomethane capturing, ya, Pak, ya. This for me, ya, Pak. Please, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Harold. Yeah, I think I second Pak Will. I think anything that in terms of supply feedstock that have competitions, right? Competition for other use. In this case, for Pertamina, we wants to increase the biofuel, right, from P20, P30, P40. If there is a competitions of that use of the feedstock, that eventually will have creating issue on the continuity of feedstock. Now, what we have been doing, and has been on the smaller scale, has been quite successful, is mostly on the waste side, Pak Harold. On the waste side is a little bit easier, because this is something that we're not competing with other usage, right? This is more how to use the waste, right? But there are still challenges in terms of cyclicalities, right? The seasonalities, to make sure the continuous supply of waste, in this case for biomethane, is we're using the waste from CPO, POME, right? Again, but to broader questions of biomass for power generations or either for captive or even for co-firing, yeah, Pak Will, I think Pak Will has been eloquently, I guess, pointed out the root cause of it. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Maybe one additional question for Pak Danif, because Pak Danif portfolio is quite diverse, not only on the biofuel, not only on the biomethane, but one thing that we would like to hear more actually about Pertamina's view on electric vehicle, Pak. I think it's very important. Pak Danif has highlighted that it's not only about power. The other contributor of the CO2 is also the transportation. So what will be Pertamina's strategy in tackling this issue? Please, Pak.
Thank you for the questions, Pak Harold. I'm always very enthusiastic to address this sector. Yeah? I think transportation sector is one of the sector that contribute to carbon emissions. And for electric vehicles, four-wheelers, two-wheelers, or commercial vehicles, I think this is already in the money, right? How to electrify transportations, in this case for mostly passengers, two-wheelers, right? And the value chains is quite varies as well. Not only about OEM manufacturing, but they are also, particularly for two-wheelers, business infrastructure, supporting infrastructure such as charging stations, swapping stations, battery rental, financing, also the IoT related to all these things to create an ecosystem. This one is already in the money, meaning basically there should be a business model that any business unit or business entity can make money. Again, the market is big, is there, right? To be addressed. Indonesia is the third largest motor vehicles market in the world. The challenge again is, we need, this is when PLN and Pertamina need to work together with the stakeholder, some from the government as well, related to regulations, incentive policies, whether or not, at the end, what I'm trying to say is scale will create business economical, right? So again, we've seen in other markets, in India, in China, even in Taiwan, which is a smaller market, how the ecosystem can be developed, right? Either incentive, supply side, demand side, there's regulations, standardizations, right? Obviously, we are together as shareholder in IBC, huge opportunity for Indonesia to take the lead in providing the NMC battery, right? I think it's in the making. And for domestic market, standardization of technology, standardization of battery size, densities, the head to charge, all those things is still, I think we need to, together we need to advocate and develop to make sure the acceleration of acceptance or accelerations of the EV adoptions will be much faster, right? So those are always something that I think MSOE has been doing a good job by creating a platform for it. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Danif. Before we have another question on hydrogen, I see many of energy experts among you guys. So I'll open up a question if there's any question from the audience. Once, going twice. Normally people will ask if there's any door prize, but unfortunately I don't have any door prize today, unless your return ticket to Jakarta and to your home country.
Yes, before sunset, Pak.
Any question? They are too shy. Maaf ya Bapak-Bapak. So let's move to Vishal. I think it's always been interesting. For me personally, indeed, I would like to learn more about hydrogen. I've been trying to see where I can learn about that, but today I get it for free from Vishal. But again, Vishal, I've always been wondering, is there any country that has been so advanced where we can say that we can learn from them? Because for us, we always like to see people. I always said that a wise guy learn from his own mistakes. Oh, sorry, that's a smart guy. The wise guy learn from somebody else's mistake. So we all like to be wise. So, Vishal, in your knowledge, who are the best, the most advanced country in hydrogen? And what kind of hell that they have been through? What are the things that we have to do that we don't have to go through that hell? So please enlighten us in the very bright Bali today.
Good. So we want to be both wise and smart. The short answer is this is such a new and evolving space. I don't think any country has gotten it fully right. Now, having said that, there are many countries that I was talking about. Australia is investing very heavily in this space. So is Saudi Arabia. Even country that you would not be expecting, like Chile, has been investing very significantly, right, in this space. To the point that US almost realized they are losing out on this new energy. And that's where this whole, almost think of the IRA as their attempt to reindustrialize and bring a lot of manufacturing into the country. We hear Vietnam has been talking about, creating green industrial clusters. So anyway, so there are a lot of countries trying to do quite a few things. If you were to distill out a few learnings for us to take away, is number one, focusing on cost of power is super important, or the cost of CCS in the case of blue hydrogen. We need to be competitive on the generation side. 60 to 70% of the delivered hydrogen cost is going to be power related. So getting that right is super important, which means that finding the right projects, finding the right LCOEs on power, finding the right efficiency on the large scale power plants is going to be the first learning that we need to do. Any subscale projects, any projects that has been not competitive on power, has not been successful. The second learning in our experience is to think of these projects as integrated projects. And what I mean by this is if you take only solar project, half of the time your electrolyzers will not be working. And you're sinking a lot of capex where half of the time that capex is not working for you. So almost think of these as largely integrated projects. And this is where building in either offshore wind plus solar or batteries plus solar is super important, right? So always think of these projects as integrated projects rather than building a solar farm is hydrogen. That is not true. Hydrogen is a bit more than that, right? The third is think of hydrogen as gas about 20 years back, right? So almost all the projects need to be integrated in terms of the ecosystem partners. Because there is no liquid hydrogen market as such, wherever we have seen these successful projects get to FID is usually with the off-takers who are committing to take volumes, who are committing to bring in equity. Take Saudi Arabia, take Chile, take even US for example, is always bringing the right technology partner, right off-take partner, and the right supplier to make this work. The fourth learning is try not to have it on your balance sheet and do project financing on this one. Ring fence it in such a way that this can be project financed, and you can do many structures on this, right? There are funds, blended funds. You can structure a carbon credit out of it. So there's a lot of financial engineering that can go into some of these things to make these projects a bit more economical and get you that kicker. And the last learning is don't do subscale. In the past, we have seen a lot of people trying to do, let us do whatever, 1,000 ton, 5,000 ton, let's see if this works or not. It doesn't, exactly for the reasons that I talked about. And if you have to make these four things work, you will need substantial scale to make this work, right? So anyway, so these are some of the learnings. No country has gotten this fully right, but therein lies our opportunity to be both smart and wise, as you said, Harold.
Thank you, Pak Vishal. The question is, can we become the pioneer? Is there any opportunity for Indonesia to become the pioneer in hydrogen?
Yeah, I think so. We should have that aspiration. I was very inspired by what, Pradhan, if you read out in terms of where PPI wants to be, the numbers that you talked about. That is something that will definitely put us at the forefront of hydrogen production. As I said, we don't have the least cost compared to, say, Saudi Arabia or Western Australia, but we have many more things going for us, and we need to get all of these things to work in conjunction for us to be one of the top quartile producers, for hydrogen, and it's absolutely possible, I think.
Pak Wiluyo, you want to add something on hydrogen? Perhaps?
Okay.
I see some of his notes on hydrogen.
Okay, thank you, Harold. Sorry, Pak Danif. Because Pak Harold asked me, Pak Danif. Actually, Pak Harold, PLN already cooperate with some company from Japan to develop how to co-firing with the hydrogen or ammonia in our power plant. We already studied in our power plant in South Sumatra, and then we also make a cooperation with some company from Japan also to how to co-firing with the ammonia in our power plant in Gresik, gas power plant in Gresik. And last week I had the information that they already succeed to co-firing our gas power plant with ammonia. But the percentage is small, only around 0.3% of totally. So we will make a study again to increase minimum 5%, how to co-firing with the ammonia. And also one thing, we already discussed with the ITP on the conduct the co-firing for our power plant in Pesanggaran, PLTD, Market Listrik Tenaga Diesel Power Plant, to co-firing with the hydrogen. And AHAD has already succeed. It's around 3 months ago. And then the percentage more than in the Gresik is around 3% with the hydrogen. This is only for information, Pak Aro. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Waluyo. I think it's a very good start. Again, I don't know, somehow in me, Indonesia has the opportunity to become the leader in hydrogen. If we all believe that it is something that we can achieve together, PLN, Pertamina, with the support of the consultant like McKinsey, I guess we can make it happen. Because I think it's very important that we all work together. The collaboration has always been the issue. Yeah. That every time that we face a new challenge, the only way how to tackle the challenge, if we work together. So I guess we will have evidence today. We will witness the signing of many of the joint studies today within PLN and counterparties, Pertamina, and any other things, PPI, and any other parties. So we would like to welcome this opportunity, and I challenge every one of you to think about what will be our opportunity, what will be your opportunity to take this challenge. Because I always believe hydrogen is one of the future. So I would like to end this, and let me give a round of applause to all the speakers. And I would like to give the word back to the MC. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our dear moderator, Bapak Harold, as well as all of our speakers for sharing with us your insights. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, so ladies and gentlemen, there we have it with Mr. Harold Ciptajaya, our Managing Director of Mandiri Sekuritas. We talked about the surrounding topics of the great realms of new energy. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get down to more business under the MOU signings. And for that, I'd like to once again thank everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. Ya, Bapak Ibu sekalian, selagi kita menunggu Bapak Pahala untuk hadir bersama kami, ladies and gentlemen, right now As we wait for His Excellency, Mr. Pahala, the Vice Minister of the State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, to enter our venue from the exhibition area, I'd like to once again thank everyone for your participation and attendance here today. And I see that our photographers have already taken space to capture the great moments of our next agenda, and that is the MOU signings. And ladies and gentlemen, so this next Memorandums of Understanding, or the MOU signing, we're going to have those from PLN in collaboration with those from PT Medco Energy International. Intends to conduct a joint study by utilizing the expertise and the capability and authority of PLN and Medco. And next, we'd also have an MOU signing between PLN and Sumitomo. Ladies and gentlemen, the MOU signing on this one between PLN and Sumitomo, it will be regarding the cooperation in the study of renewable energy power generation, as well as the transmission of business development, and the great support of accelerating the energy transition between PLN and Sumitomo Corporation. And then afterwards, we'll also have an MOU signing of the heads of agreement on the development of biomethane production facilities. And that one would be on between the heads of agreements of a development of biomethane production facilities between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia as well as PT Perkebunan Nusantara 3 Persero. And next, it is on the cooperation of agreements on compressed renewable gas sales. This great agreement, the heads of agreements on compressed renewable gas sales agreement, is between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia and PT Pertagas Niaga. And afterwards, it is to be followed by a joint study agreement on blue and green hydrogen and new and renewable energy developments at Krakatau Steel Industrial Clusters between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia, PT Krakatau Steel Persero Tbk, and Ignis Energy Holdings. Welcome back, Your Excellency Bapak Pahala, the Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you, Your Excellency, for joining us. We sure missed you, Bapak Pahala. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our next session, and that is the signing of the session of the Memorandum of Understanding. It is a joint study to support the governments of the Republic of Indonesia in achieving the nationally determined contribution target by year 2030 and net zero emissions by year 2060 between PLN and Medco Energy Indonesia. Without further ado, allow me to invite to the stage the Director of Corporate Planning and Business Development of PLN, Bapak Hartanto Wibowo, and the Chief Administrative Officer of PT Medco Energy Internasional Tbk, Bapak Amri Siahaan, to sign the documents. And as witnesses, please allow me to invite to the stage His Excellency Bapak Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, along with the President Director of PT Medco Energy Internasional Tbk, Bapak Hilmi Panigoro. Gentlemen, you may sign the documents. You may switch and exchange the documents. So ladies and gentlemen, the MOU intends to conduct a joint study by utilizing the expertise, capability, and authority of PLN and Medco on the development of hydrogen and ammonia as energy source, carbon captured utilization and storage, carbon captured storage, new and renewable energy, and the utilization of wellhead gas to power for power plants. And next, gentlemen, we'd like to ask you to please hold up the document. To hold up the documents, Bapak, terima kasih, for a group photo session together. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause and celebrate the collaboration between PLN and Medco Energy Indonesia. Congratulations on the MOU. Terima kasih. Thank you, gentlemen. And next on our agenda, you may now return to your seats, and Bapak Pahala, we ask you to please remain on stage. Next is the MOU on the cooperation in the study of renewable energy power generation and transmission business development in support of accelerating the energy transition between PLN and Sumitomo Corporation. Please allow us to welcome the Director of Corporate Planning and Business Development of PLN, Bapak Hartanto Wibowo, and the General Manager of Power Infrastructure Department, Sumitomo Corporation, Mr. Takeshi Noguchi, to sign the document. As witnesses, we have Bapak Pahala, along with the President Director of Summit Niaga, Mr. Satoshi Matsui, to witness the signing. Gentlemen, you may sign the document. Welcome you to please switch the documents. And ladies and gentlemen, the MOU intends to conduct joint studies in developing business schemes cooperation between PLN and Sumitomo, such as cooperation schemes for the development of electricity systems in the regions that are still supported by diesel power plants in an effort to support the de-dieselization program, transmission lines, and the effort to support inter-island interconnections and wind power plants. And gentlemen, next I'd like to have you to please hold up the documents for a group photo session together. Congratulations on the great partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations to PLN and Sumitomo. Thank you very much, everyone. You may return to your seats. And Your Excellency, Mr. Pahala, we ask you to please remain on stage. And next is the heads of agreements on the development of biomethane production facilities between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia and PT Perkebunan Nusantara III Persero. We'd like to welcome Mr. A. Salyadi Saputra, Director of Strategy and Portfolio and New Ventures of PT Pertamina Persero. And would also like to invite Mr. Muhammad Abdul Ghani, the President Director of PT Perkebunan Nusantara III Persero, and Mr. Danif Danu Saputro, the CEO of PT Pertamina Power Indonesia. Gentlemen, thank you very much, and you may now sign the document. You may switch the document. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give them a big round of applause. Congratulations, everyone, on marking this great partnership. Thank you, and Bapak Pahala, Bapak Salyadi, Bapak Danif, we ask you to please remain on stage. Terima kasih. And next, ladies and gentlemen, it is on the heads of agreements of compressed renewable gas sales agreements between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia and PT Pertagas Niaga. I'd like to invite Mr. Aminuddin, the President Director of PT Pertagas Niaga. To mark this exciting moment, gentlemen, you may sign the document. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, on the heads of agreements on the compressed renewable gas sales between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia dan PT Pertagas Niaga. Let's give them a big round of applause. Terima kasih, Pak Pahala, Bapak Salyadi, and Bapak Danif. We ask you to please remain on stage. And Bapak Aminuddin, thank you very much. You may return to your seats. And next is on the joint study agreements on blue and green hydrogen and new and renewable energy developments at Krakatau Steel Industrial Clusters between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia, PT Krakatau Steel Persero Tbk, and Ignis Energy Holdings. Allow us to present and welcome the signatories. Presenting the President Director of PT Krakatau Steel Persero Tbk, let us welcome Mr. Purwono Widodo, the Business Development Director of PT Krakatau Steel Persero Tbk, and Mr. Antonio Sierra, the CEO and Managing Director of Ignis Energy Holdings. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and you may now sign the document. And you may now switch the documents. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the joint study agreement on blue and green hydrogen and UN renewable energy developments of Krakatau Steel Industrial Clusters between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia, PT Krakatau Steel Persero Tbk, and Ignis Energy Holdings. Thank you so much, everyone. To Bapak Pahala, Bapak Salyadi, Mr. Antonio, and Mr. Danif, we ask you to please remain on stage. Bapak Purwono Widodo, thank you very much. You may now return to your seats. Thank you. And next, ladies and gentlemen, on the joint study agreements on commercial scale developments of clean hydrogen production between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia, Ignis Energy Holdings, and PT Sepcorp Energy Indonesia. Allow me to invite to the stage Mrs. Jen Tan, the President Director of PT Sepcorp Energy Indonesia. Let's give her a big round of applause. Ms. Jen Tan and gentlemen, please sign the documents. Thank you very much. Upon completion, everyone, you may switch the documents. This joint study agreements on commercial scale developments of clean hydrogen production is between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia, Ignis Energy Holdings, and PT Sepcorp Energy Indonesia. Thank you so much, everyone. And Bapak Pahala, Bapak Salyadi, and Bapak Danif, you would like please remain on stage. And Ms. Jen and Mr. Antonio, you may return to your seats. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, next it is a joint study agreement on pilot scale developments of green hydrogen and green ammonia. And this next one is between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia and Tokyo Electric Power Company. Allow me to invite to the stage Mr. Chikara Kojima, the Executive Vice President and Chief Innovation Officer of Tokyo Electric Power Company. And gentlemen, you may sign the document. You may switch the document. And next is a group photo session. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen, the joint study agreement on pilot scale developments of green hydrogen and green ammonia between PT Pertamina Power Indonesia and Tokyo Electric Power Company. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Bapak Pahala, Bapak Salyadi, we ask you to please remain on stage. And to everyone else, you may return to your seats. Thank you very much. And next, ladies and gentlemen, is the Memorandum of Understanding of Biomethane Developments between PT PGN Tbk and PT KIS Biofuels Indonesia, we'd like to invite to the stage Mr. M. Haryo Yunianto, the CEO of PT PGN Tbk, Mr. Raghu, the President Director of PT KIS Biofuels Indonesia. Thank you very much, everyone. This is the MOU of biomethane development between PT PGN Tbk and PT KIS Biofuels Indonesia. Mari kita beri tepuk tangan yang meriah. What a celebratory moment, ladies and gentlemen. Quite the collaboration. Thank you so much, everyone. And Bapak Pahala and Bapak Salyadi, we ask you to please remain on stage. And everyone else, you may return to your seats. Thank you. And next is the Memorandum of Understanding concerning the joint study for the development of the geothermal power plants of PT Pertamina Geothermal Energy with PT Ormat Geothermal Indonesia. Allow me to welcome on stage Mr. Ahmad Yuniarto, the President Director of PT Pertamina Geothermal Energy, and Mr. Dion Murdiono, the President Director of PT Ormat Geothermal Indonesia. And to witness, we'd also like to invite Bapak Danif to please join on stage to witness this ceremony. And gentlemen, you may sign the document. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the MOU concerning the joint study for the development of the geothermal power plants of PT Pertamina Geothermal Energy with PT Ormat Geothermal Indonesia. Thank you so much, everyone. You may return to your seats. So ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. We took part in a number of activities to assist the realization of NZE on great sustainabilities and energy transition as we near the end of our, nearing the conclusion of our event today. With these efforts being put forward for future businesses, it is a great honor for me to also welcome you to celebrate this great moment, and that is the Business Collaboration Agreement of strategic partnership between PT Pertamina Persero, PT Pertamina PDV Indonesia, PT Pertamina International Shipping, and Nippon Yusen Kaisha. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to tell you a little bit about PT Pertamina International Shipping. So PIS, as Subholding Integrated Marine Logistics of PT Pertamina Persero, has prepared plans and steps that are in line with the implementation of net zero emissions roadmap in the Pertamina Group, as well as the roadmap and net zero emission target by year 2060 or faster, hopefully, from the government. And PIS now focuses on investing in gas carriers and other vessels types to transport greener and healthier cargoes, along with PIS's commitments to develop new business lines that are more environmentally friendly. And starting today, PIS and NYK will establish business collaborations to together manage several LNG transportation business opportunities, both domestic and on an international market. As a top 2 gas carrier owner in the world, NYK has expertise and a very long experience in the LNG transportation sector. And this collaboration will undoubtedly give positive vibes for the PIS business, especially in LNG transportation, to support the PIS roadmap towards a greener integrated marine logistics company to together accelerate the implementation of NZE roadmaps. So this is it. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to witness the signing ceremony. of the business collaboration agreements of the strategic partnership between PT Pertamina Persero, PT Pertamina PDV Indonesia, PT Pertamina International Shipping, and Nippon Yusen Kaisha. It is with the greatest honor and pleasure that I shall welcome on stage Mr. Sayadi Saputra, the Director of Strategy, Portfolio and New Ventures of PT Pertamina Persero, along with Mrs. Rahmi Amini, the CEO of Pertamina PDV Indonesia, Mr. Yoki Firnandi, the CEO of PT Pertamina International Shipping, and Mr. Kaisha Yuji Nishijima, the Executive Officer of Nippon Yusen Kaisha. To witness this great moment of the signing ceremony, I'd like to once again welcome on stage His Excellency Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of the State-Owned Enterprises Ministry of the Republic of Indonesia, with Mr. Sayadi Saputra, the Director of Strategy, Portfolio and New Ventures of PT Pertamina Persero. Mr. Pahala and Mr. Sayadi, we welcome you on stage to witness this great moment. Ibu, Bapak, this is it, the great moment. You may now sign the documents. And now you may switch the documents. And one last signing. And ladies and gentlemen, upon the completion of all the signings, let us mark the celebration of the business collaboration agreements of strategic partnership between PT Pertamina Persero, PT Pertamina PDV Indonesia, PT Pertamina International Shipping, and Nippon Yusen Kaisha. And now, Ibu Bapak, you may hold up the documents for a group photo session together. Ladies and gentlemen, let us mark this celebration with a great applause. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much. Terima kasih, Ibu. Terima kasih, Bapak. You may return to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, what a great productive day that we've all had. And ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the last agreement that's been signed, sealed, and delivered, we're so very happy and so very honored to be here to witness this incredible moment. What a celebration on these great cooperations and collaborations. May they continue to always be fruitful, successful, and everlasting. And we'd like to once again extend our profound gratitude to those involved. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what a great 2 days we've all had. Very productive first day and an even more productive second day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap it up by saying how there is a saying that says, so coming together truly is the beginning, but staying together is progress, but it is when we work together that is a celebration and it truly marks the success. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, when one person dreams, it just becomes someone that dreams. But when it's a collaboration, when we dream together, that's when it becomes a reality. And for that, I'd like to say thank you to all of our speakers and those involved in today's MOU signings and letter of intent. Thank you so much for showing us the meaning of collaboration and partnerships. Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone. And as we wrap this up, on behalf of our dear organizers, we'd like to extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. And we hope to see you on our next events. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang saya hormati mantan Perdana Menteri Inggris, Mr. Tony Blair, Menteri Perdagangan, Menteri BUMN, para narasumber dari mancanegara, para peserta dan hadirin yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, atas limpahan nikmat dan karunia-Nya sehingga kita dapat hadir pada acara yang penting ini sebagai rangkaian dari agenda Road to G20 dalam kelompok kerja sektor perdagangan, investasi dan industri. Bapak Presiden menyampaikan permohonan maaf karena tidak dapat hadir secara langsung pada kesempatan ini dan menyampaikan salam hangat serta meminta saya untuk mewakili beliau. Merupakan kehormatan bagi Indonesia yang terpilih menjadi presidensi G20 tahun 2022 ini memanfaatkan momentum ini. Hari ini kita akan bersama-sama menyaksikan peluncuran suatu terobosan pemerintah Indonesia dalam percepatan pemerataan layanan air bersih, yaitu melalui Indonesia Water Fund, IWF. Hadirin sekalian, Konstitusi Indonesia mengakui dan menjamin hak atas air sebagai pengejawantahan dari pemenuhan hak asasi masyarakat Indonesia, sekaligus sebagai bentuk hak asasi sosial di mana peran dan keterlibatan pemerintah menjadi suatu kebutuhan. Untuk itu pengelolaan air sebagai kekayaan nasional sekaligus kebutuhan rakyat tak lain adalah untuk mewujudkan kesejahteraan dan keadilan bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Keberadaan air tidak saja fundamental untuk menunjang kehidupan manusia, tapi juga esensial untuk menjaga keseimbangan suhu demi keberlangsungan hidup seluruh makhluk di bumi. Secara global saat ini sekitar 2 miliar manusia atau 26% populasi dunia tidak mempunyai akses yang baik terhadap air minum aman. Sidang Umum PBB pada tahun 2010 telah mengakui bahwa akses terhadap air minum aman merupakan hak asasi setiap manusia. Oleh karena itu, peningkatan akses terhadap air minum aman juga tercakup dalam tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan yang harus kita capai pada tahun 2030, yaitu mewujudkan akses air minum dan sanitasi aman serta berkelanjutan bagi semua. Akses terhadap air bersih dan sanitasi yang layak adalah variabel vital yang turut menentukan kualitas kesehatan individu. Faktor ini misalnya akan berdampak 70% terhadap upaya penurunan stunting. Hadirin yang berbahagia, pemerintah telah menetapkan target dalam RPJM 2020-2024 bahwa 100% rumah tangga memiliki akses terhadap air minum layak pada tahun 2024, termasuk